All right, perfect.
It's official.
All right, hopefully everybody online can hear me. Thank you all for attending. I appreciate everyone showing up. We just got a quick script to read and then we'll get going. So the Tattoo Course of Study Review Committee meeting is convening at 9:33 a.m. on Monday, December 8th, 2025. This meeting is being held in person and through Zoom video conference and is being recorded. The recording will be posted to the internet for public viewing, and I will now call roll. Adolfo Herrera. Cameron Straub.
Here. Present.
Andy Gilsdorf. Here. Elaine Pandolfi.
Here.
Aaron Smith.
Here.
Jesse Preston.
Here.
Joseph Buck.
I'm here.
Josh Dill. Pat Pitkin. Matthew Hodel.
Here.
Nico Capriati.
Here.
Olivia Britz-Wheat.
Here.
Pam Neighbors.
Here.
Rebecca Flaum.
Here.
Rebecca Marar. No Rebecca. Sean Lanous. Here. Taylor German.
Here.
And Tom Mueller. All right, perfect. Members, when you wish to speak, please state your last name for the record. Committee members are asked to not use the chat feature during meetings. The Health Licensing Office asks that individuals attending through Zoom keep their phones muted and cameras off during the entire meeting or until they're given an opportunity to comment during the public and interested parties' feedback if indicated on the agenda. Public comment is limited to matters listed on the meeting agenda or topics relevant to what this committee has authority to regulate. Public members wishing to speak, please sign in on the roster sheet available in the room or email Josh Page at josh.page@oha.oregon.gov and provide your first and last name. Everyone is asked to use appropriate language, manners, and protocols when conducting committee business. All right, meeting is now called to order. All right, so I think before we get started, it kind of seems like most of you all are familiar with each other, but just kind of for my own sake, just do a quick round of introductions so everyone knows who everybody is. So I will start. My name is Derek Foltz. I'm the current qualification analyst at the Health Licensing Office, and I've been here going on 7 years. So we're still HLL staff.
I'm Trisha Mowell. I am a qualification specialist here, started out there on the front line. I've been here for almost 3 years.
My name is Haley Revere, and I'm also a qualification specialist, and I've been here for about 11 months.
And we just want to go kind of down the line, and then I'll go to people online.
I'm Adolfo Herrera. I tattoo in Klamath Falls. I've been tattooing since 2009, and yeah.
Sean Lanous, a tattoo up in Portland at Thunderbird. I've been tattooing for 18 years, 15 in Portland.
My name is Dan Gilsdorf. I tattoo in Portland also, tattooing since 1992. Oregon tattoo license holder since 1998.
Jesse Preston, tattooing for 17 years, 10 of those here in Portland.
Olivia Britz-Wheat, been tattooing since 2008, and been in Portland since somewhere around there too.
My name is Tama Muller. I have been tattooing since 2007, all of it here in Portland.
Yeah, so Kim, I've been tattooing since 2012, licensed since 2016. All important.
Doing a quick round of introductions.
Yeah. I'm Rebecca. I own Ink Theory and Alchemy Tattoo here in Salem, and I've been tattooing for 9 years in Oregon, licensed.
Great, thank you. All right, Cameron.
Cameron Straub. I've been tattooing for actually 20 years this year and working with the state since 2012. Was a board member from 2013 to 21. and helped rewrite this curriculum with Cerinthia from 2016 to 2018.
Great, and we might be calling on you for any historical information, so if you got any of that, that would be very helpful. All right, Elaine?
Elaine Pandolfi, founder and owner of Ink Defense Tattoo Care. We produce all natural tattoo skincare products, and we focus on consumer education about the tattoo process and healing. So I'm kind of representing the consumer side.
And Erin?
I'm Erin Smith, Queen Bee Tattoo and Salon in Springfield, and Lifetime Tattoos, Lifetime School of Tattooing, and the Evergreen Tattoo Invitational.
Joseph?
Hi, I'm Joseph Buck. I've been tattooing since about 2007, and I've been licensed here in Oregon for about a year now.
Great. And Matthew?
My name is Matt Hodell. I've been tattooing since 1995. Act as a consultant for larger tattoo studios, and also just currently took a role as the director of tattooing for Best Studio Ever. That's what brings me here today. And then I've written a numerous amount of courses for the business side of tattooing for tattoo artists.
All right. Nico?
Nico Capriati, a tattoo artist here in Portland for roughly 6 years and also a certified advanced esthetician.
Pam?
Hi, I'm Pam Neighbors, and I've been tattooing since 1991. Started in permanent makeup first and then moved into tattooing about 5 years later. And I've been tattooing in Oregon for 6 years and opened a school there 5 years ago. I'm also a licensed esthetician.
All right, and Rebecca Plum?
Hi, I'm Rebecca Slum. I own Oak Iris Tattoo in Portland, and I've been tattooing about 7 years.
And then looks like we got Taylor.
Hi, Taylor German. I've been tattooing for about 8 years. I just started as an instructor at the Oregon Dermal Academy here in Grants Pass, Oregon.
All right, again, we'll welcome everybody. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna share my screen. I'm going to try anyway. We'll just do a quick overview of the agenda so we kind of know what today's gonna look like. We'll do a quick presentation and then we'll jump into the actual course of study. Right, hopefully everybody can see that. Sorry, it's a little bit small, but. All right, so here is today's agenda. After we go over it, we're going to talk about the rules timeline. So if we make any changes to things today, this will give you an idea of when we might expect to see those changes become effective. Like I said, I'll do a quick presentation of kind of the committee's expectations and what the goals are for today. We will get into the actual tattoo course of study, and these are the main areas that we're going to look at. So theory and practical hours, practical procedures, the areas of study, and then the supervision requirements. And then if we're able to finish today, we got a few other things that we'll touch on, such as if we make changes, who are these changes going to impact? Is there going to be a financial burden on anybody? And then any groups that might be affected by these potential rule changes. All right, here's a tentative rule schedule that we have. So today's meeting, I'm not sure, depending on how it goes, if we need one next Monday. So we'll determine that at the end of today. But we'll get everything prepared, and then by February 23rd will be the next board meeting, and that's where we'll present everything that we talked about today. I will work with the board's policy analyst, and then she will work on filing those changes with the Secretary of State on March 1st. There's a 30-day, I guess technically it's a 28-day public comment period where anyone can make any comments that they'd like. And then once that closes, we'll have another board meeting, and the board will vote to approve those rules and they'll become effective. So as of now, the schedule's set for March 30th for the last day of the public comment period. The next board meeting is scheduled for October 19th. I know that's a pretty big gap, So we can definitely call a special board meeting prior to that, maybe even in April, and then the board can act on those changes a lot quicker. We won't have to wait the 6 months till the next board meeting, so. At any point, if anyone's got questions about dates, processes, just feel free to speak up. All right, so just a quick little presentation. So what are the goals of this committee for today? The goals are to review the current tattoo course of study and make sure that it is reflective of today's world and current industry practices. So some of the topics that we're going to be talking about will be the minimum requirement for theory and practical hours, the minimum number of practical procedures, the areas of study, any additional relevant topics that should be included in the areas of study, and then supervision requirements. Now, I know a lot of you have been in this profession for quite a while, both as artists, shop owners, educators, so I know you probably have lots of opinions and suggestions and recommended changes. And we can definitely talk about those, but depending on what they are, they will fall for a different avenue that you would have to take to express those. Public meeting laws, we have to be very clear what the meeting is going to be about, and we can't really deviate from what's on the agenda. If anyone has any questions about these types of things, licensing requirements, processes of becoming a school, the tattoo exam, or making any changes that are outlined in statute, that won't be discussed at this meeting. And that's not to say that, again, that you can't express those concerns. We'll just have a different avenue. So if anyone wants to talk about those, we can talk about it after the meeting. But a quick side note to the exam, we are working on putting together committees, and hopefully by the spring we'll have the tattoo one ready to go, because we know it needs some work. And then this is kind of just a similar version of the timeline. It's just a general process for the rules. So depending on how many changes or how big the changes we make today, we may have to hold another separate committee, which is known as a Rules Advisory Committee, and they will develop potential new rule language to reflect the changes that you guys decide. But again, that's something that the policy analysts and I will work with depending on what happens today. So the proposed changes go to the board. They're filed with the Secretary of State, the public comment period. After that, we gather up all the public comment period, bring it to the board for consideration. The board, if they want to make any changes, they can, and then they will vote to adopt those rules and make them permanent. So just a quick overview of the course of study. So currently the minimum requirements are set at 210 theory hours, 150 practical hours, and 50 practical procedures. So today when we talk about these numbers, I think the question that we want to have in the back of our minds is, what is the minimum level of foundational knowledge and experience someone should possess to be competent in this profession? Now, it would be great to have a student come right out of school and be, tip of the top, fully experienced and all that, but our goal is to determine the minimum level of proficiency. Now, a tattoo school can always require more hours than what we decide today. If they want to make it 700 hours, they can do that. But we're just trying to determine a good baseline. And then just the theory hours broken down. So these are all of the areas of study and the current hourly requirements. As we go through the course of study, we will go through this in a lot more detail. And then we can talk about number of hours and what's under each area of study. Just a little more information on the practical experience and the procedures. So 50 practical procedures, 150 hours of practical experience. And then lastly, we'll talk about the supervision requirements. So this is what it's currently set at. And then one of the last things we'll talk about is if this is still current, if there's any changes that need to be made to that. All right, so if anyone has any questions, if not, we will get started and start looking at the actual course of study.
I have a question.
Yeah.
One thing that I thought I could use some clarity on is a working definition of competency for the purposes of the Oregon Health Licensing Agency. Like, my definition of competency is going to be different from yours, naturally, and I'd love a little bit of insight as to what yours is, because depending on what that is, there's lots of different approaches that we might take to the requirements.
Right. Well, we can actually leave it up to you guys because you guys are in the profession and you would know more about competency than what I would know. So those are just the hours, but in regards to like actually being competent, I'm looking for feedback from you guys. So if we go through and we feel that 50 practical procedures is not enough to make someone be competent, then we can change that. So it's really what you guys feel is necessary.
My question was like, from the standpoint of the licensing body, is the most important thing that a student can operate safely? Is the most important thing that they are well equipped for a successful career trajectory? Is it, do you want them to be like, have the ability to achieve a claim in the field? Like what exactly is the sort of priority?
I think all of those. We obviously want someone to be competent in all aspects of it, but also with a focus on safety.
Sure.
And again, we don't have a solid definition, like you have to be able to do these things other than the hourly requirements.
Right.
So I believe in the past, and Cameron, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but with those hours, we believe that, or the committee at the time believed that that would make someone competent enough to be professional in the industry.
I can definitely add to that. The goal was public safety when we wrote this. There are schools that are going to push as many students as they can get through. You know, they're doing this more for financial reasons. We can't stop that. Unfortunately, that's why, you know, and agreeably, that's why some schools and states are frowned upon for just pumping people out. So our focus was really public safety. Some of these students are going to weed themselves out. They're not going to be successful. It's something I struggle with because, again, not to get personal, but I do not put many students through. They have to be the cream of the crop kind of, and I only put through like one a year. But we can't stop other schools from doing it. They are going to weed themselves out. The goal and the focus was public safety. We really got to make sure the public is safe.
Yeah, and that would be, to me, that seems totally appropriate to the sort of the remit of the Oregon Health Licensing Agency. Like public safety is the main thing. Right. Everything else, maybe this isn't the right place to adjudicate all of that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and like Cameron was saying, our goal is safety as a public body. We're a regulatory authority ensuring the safety of Oregonians. Obviously, we want people to be competent, but that's where more of the school will come in to teach those specific aspects of it. So, all right. So just kind of start with more general, and we'll move our way down more specific. So the current minimum number of theory hours is at 210. Does the committee feel that that is enough hours for a student to develop a foundational level of knowledge to become competent in tattooing?
I definitely think we can increase the hours.
Yeah.
Because there's definitely some gaps. We don't even have anatomy as listed anywhere.
Outside of skin.
Outside of skin,
Yeah.
you know, there's no chat about, you know, different parts of the body and how they are harder to tattoo. Just skin is the only thing that we're required to teach.
Which doesn't make a lot of sense, being that we actually utilize every aspect of the body.
Okay, and now I don't know if it would be easier to come up with maybe a total number, or if we want to go through the areas of study and assign a number of hours to that and then come up with a total.
It might make sense to go through it with some specificity, because some things are, from my view, the theory hours as they stand now, some things are off-filtered in one direction, some things are off-filtered in another direction. So it might make sense to at least go through the categories on the theory hours slide.
Okay.
And that might be a good place to start.
I think we also have some proposed additional categories.
Yeah, I do too.
I think we can get out of
Yes. So the categories that we have listed now, are any of them ones that we still want to keep? Are there ones that we want to toss, tweak, rename?
I think they can all be kept, but there are some, like the design art placement or business operations, client services, things like that, where it's like, if there's only 20 theory hours, but there are 10 subcategories within business operations, including things like taxes, bookkeeping, things that should be an ongoing period of study, that breaks down to only 2 hours per category that you're required to teach in that whole entire subset, which, you know, so it doesn't necessarily mean that more things need to be added, it's almost that the learning curve is so high that things need to be taught for longer.
Okay.
Or
Whereas,
implemented longer.
like needles and needle bars, 20 hours is much more than we need.
Yeah.
You can cover needles and needle bars in an afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Especially considering we don't build our own.
Right.
correct.
I have a quick addition for that. I totally agree. Some of this stuff has changed since we wrote this, like needle bars and tattoo machines. That was a big deal when we wrote this. You know, there was a lot. Now that cartridges and pens and you know, especially when we get to the machine category, to address the skin part quickly. Previous to this, and a lot of you will remember this, Piercing went through this before we did, and it got really, really deep in the weeds, and it made their tests very difficult. And with their anatomy stuff, they were worried about musculature and things that really just got super, again, deep in the weeds. And so we wanted to focus on the skin and what made somebody a better tattooer. So that's also why the discretionary hours got added, so that if you felt it was important to add more anatomy or more taxes or tax law, then you would be able to do that. But I also totally agree that we could reduce needles and needle bars now that people are so focused on cartridges, and we could definitely address tattoo machines. But I think the overall number is still relevant. I think it's still pretty good. I don't know what you all think.
We did some research on just other industries as well, and like how much their minimum requirements are. And we do have all this compiled. We can give it to you or email it to you.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
But just to compare like where we're at for our hourly requirements, barbers, their total hours are 746. It requires 465 hands-on skill demonstrations, and their minimum organ laws and rules is 20 hours. And it seems like every esthetician, we've got waxers, we've got nails, massage, phlebotomists, everybody is double the amount of hourly at minimum, except for nails, but they do 70 practical. Massage does 625 hours of education with 300 hours of their practical. Phlebotomist is 40 hours. So we have, it seems like for things, you know, that don't break the skin barrier, you know, these personal care services that are requiring well above what tattooers require and double the amount of time on laws and rules. It seems like for tattooing that is a permanent thing, just in theory, that we should be a little bit closer to, you know, not necessarily triple it just in you know, just to do it, but like it feels like when you actually stack the industries next to each other to be largely inadequate, just like the number of practical hands-on. I mean, piercing, you know, even after they kind of redirected after bottlenecking, is still just like over 300 procedures. So I think like, you know, again, not to do it for the sake of doing it, but just because like, if you need 400 haircuts to be a barber, doing 50 tattoos on a thing is, the learning curve is so much more immense. Like, I feel like, you know, we're probably all in agreement that 50 procedures is just not enough.
And I think there needs to be that as well, though, like, because we're breaking that skin barrier, we land more in that medical kind of side of aspects of it with the safety. So to only have it at 50 procedures and 360 hours when every, like, barbers, yes, I understand that you utilize straight razoring, but all the barbers I know don't even offer it.
Yeah, and I will say all of our fields of cosmetology, so hair design, barbering, aesthetics, nail technology, they all have some of the highest hourly and procedure requirements in the country.
Well, especially with aesthetics bumping to having aesthetics and advanced aesthetics.
Yeah.
I think there also needs to be some like description of what a procedure qualifies as. Like if you're doing 50 tattoos on yourself in an afternoon, you're doing all of that and you're not really engaged with the client for each of those procedures. You're not actually following through, seeing how those procedures are healing, making sure and ensuring that they're healed properly and getting touch-ups. And I think there's some vocabulary around that, like in the study guide, but I know for a fact that that's not actually what's happening in schools. So is there a way that we can kind of like ensure that that is part of what 50 procedures means and define that so that it's actually followed through?
Agreed. These are supposed to be 53-hour procedures, not doing weekend specials.
Right.
Okay.
And so that's something that I think is like very important.
Yeah, to be clarified.
Okay, yeah.
It's not how it's.
So does the procedures come with the size requirement?
Sorry, if I could interrupt really quick, is there a best way for us virtual people? Should we just jump right in? Should we do the virtual little raise our hand thing? I just want to be appropriate and respectful of everyone's time.
Yeah, feel free to jump in at any time.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I guess, did somebody want to finish their thought or should I jump in?
I was just going to say that there is a definition of a completed procedure that is in rule, but what we can do is also take that and put it in the course of study so it's right there front and center.
That makes sense.
Cool. I was just going to say, I think we all kind of agree across the board that like the hours definitely need to be adjusted. But kind of touching back on the theory, let me re-pull up what we had here really quick. I think that skin, like what we talked about, how they all have like subcategories and things like that. I think I'm one of the people who has been tattooing the least amount of time in this committee right now. So I think I might be closest to remembering everything that I've most recently been taught in school. Dark skin was really not touched on at all. So adding that to a subcategory and maybe even not having specific hours, I think is incredibly, incredibly important, especially in the Portland, Oregon area or in Oregon in general, where we don't have a lot of dark skin tattoo artists, much less dark skin clients who are willing to go to light-skinned artists, so we need to know how to do that appropriately. And design and art and placements hours, I feel like need to be bumped up as well. The placements I've seen are wild. And basically almost every student gets pushed through. It doesn't matter how bad they are. I got people I graduated with still chewing up skin 6 years later. So, I mean, that's just going to happen sometimes. But yeah, I think breaking these down one by one, and as tedious as it sounds, kind of going through it and making sure that these subcategories are important, that are actually like practical, kind of like we talked about needles, bars, and such like that. But yeah, it's my little 2 cents on that.
Aaron?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that that there's nothing stopping the schools from teaching more. We're allowed to do more procedures with the law the way they are. And so I don't know if changing the amount of procedures just to get us to where barbers are is a good idea at all. I don't know if we're having issues with the artists that are out there that are graduating. I know our students that graduate get employed and are wildly successful in the industry. So I think that if we're having major issues with the students that are hitting the street, then okay, yeah, let's revisit how many procedures we're doing. But with the discretionary hours, I mean, there's no limit to how many hours we can do with this, and so I just don't see why we would just arbitrarily raise that number. Are there safety incidents that are happening? Do you have statistics on that shows that we've got some kind of problem with the way that we're doing it right now, is my question.
I think part of the problem is that while schools are allowed to do more, I think what maybe many of us are witnessing is that schools simply don't. They do the bare minimum and they're just pumping schools out. Again, this is somebody who's coming from, I'm in the Portland area. I work on Killingsworth. I just graduated from school 6 years ago. I'm still very much connected with the students who are coming out and people who are getting tattooed by those students. And it's rough out there just from,
but at the
again,
end of
the
the day,
experience that I'm hearing.
But that is anecdotal. I mean, if we have statistics with issues, then put
So-
some
But
weight
look, I
on
think
it.
we should get those statistics, absolutely. Like, how often are we auditing these schools and auditing who's coming out of them?
Yeah, where's the ATCC when we need them?
Exactly. Like,
I-
we don't have any of these statistics because schools don't get audited, the curriculums don't get audited. So unfortunately, it forces us to come to this place of, well, we have to raise the bar. And that makes schools like yours suffer because, yeah, you are pumping out incredible people at this bare minimum, but that's potentially not the majority of the case. So yeah,
I-
talking
I'm
more
not
about
sure
that.
what you
getting
mean by
staff.
auditing, because we do have, we have to renew every year. And then we also have our student data information that we send off to the state and, graduation rates and all that stuff. So we are getting looked at.
I
But
agree with,
the student data only covers how many people attended and graduated. It doesn't follow through after that to tell you if they're still working in the industry, if they've been given a job. More so in Portland than anywhere else, we're noticing a lot of undertrained students going into private studios with no oversight. So the problem is just proliferating.
I agree with Aaron and you, Nico, 100%. This can't just be upped because these schools are pumping people out. When you look at these two things that we just talked about on here, 50 procedures, 3-hour procedures, we've got schools doing weekend specials and having kids just do these tiny little tattoos and counting them as their 50 procedures.
That's exactly what my school did.
And this one of 1-to-1 student to instructor ratio. For those first tattoos, it's supposed to be 1-to-1. You're not supposed to be watching 5 or 7 or 12 students go through at a time.
And that's definitely what's happening.
And that's where your point is valid, Nico, of they're not being audited. To Aaron's point, upping this isn't going to solve that problem. And schools should be doing this. But even if we magically up this and we abide by this, it's not going to make any of these other schools pumping kids out stop. And that's where the auditing thing comes in. The stuff they make us do every year, Aaron's right. We got to go through our packet and pretty much redo our whole packet every year for them. And they never go, this is heck now we're talking about, they never go and look at these schools to see how a puppy mill school, sorry, for the language there, but how they could be pumping out this many students and only have, say, 5 instructors or 4 instructors. The math, it doesn't add up. It's not possible.
I can definitely expand on that. I've got a shop out here in Seaside that's been open for less than a year, and I've worked in several states before here, but I have definitely been receiving more applications and portfolios that are I don't want to say underqualified, but there's no real skill or knowledge behind it, but they have a certificate in the front. And I could go on to say that there are 2 schools in particular that I keep running into, but I do see a lot of that it does, like you said, puppy mill is the kind of vibe that I'm seeing out here. So
yeah.
I was saying with the 50 procedures, because we're talking about not just upping the number of procedures just to match another industry, right? Like we need to define it, I think. There's no requirements for, well, we've now said that they have to be 3 hours, so that's a definition, but there's no like size requirement. There's no like, is it just lines? Do you have to do 50 that are just outlines? Do you have to do 50 that are color, 50 that are black and gray, 50 that are solid black fill? Like there's no definition on that.
Correct.
To go into body parts, right? Like you can knock out 50 tattoos on the top of a thigh and go, I graduated, I'm a tattooer, and then you're out in the real world and you hit a collarbone and that's the end of your afternoon. There need to be, like if the definition of a proficiency, right, like we're talking about, is public safety, is disease control, that's great. But then if we're also looking at proficiency as far as like we're not going to judge art, but not horrifically scarring up people or causing harm and causing damage to the population, then I think that, body parts, different types of tattoos need to be defined within those procedures.
I agree. If we're keeping other 50 procedures, we should be like determining what's happening during those 50 procedures instead of letting it go like all over the place.
So many of the students coming out of the schools only do black and gray tattoos because no one's teaching.
But is it black and gray or just black and fast or black?
They're not, there's literally no color theory. They don't know how to put color into the skin. And it's almost like an epidemic because we've had a lot of people coming in looking for jobs and it's the same thing. These portfolios with these tiny little line work only tattoos on certain parts of the body, it's not proficient, you know?
But if that's what they want to do, and that's what they pick, that's fine,
Right,
but they should be taught the other things, the requirement should be there.
That's one thing that I've definitely run into is with students that are like, well, no, I don't want to do color. Well, like we do practice skin and grapefruits where we like force them to do color in that aspect, but once they get to skin, if that's not something that they're even wanting to do, but unfortunately that black and faster black is its own style within
I
itself.
was
And it's
proposing that we have like a tattooing techniques section, like
there
in
absolutely
here.
needs to be that.
There needs to be that, and it needs to be a significant amount of time so that we can lay out the difference is like what all these techniques are and have more in-depth explanation, because design art and placement doesn't necessarily entail all of that. So
I'm gonna jump in.
If I can,
Can
we just go back to hours for a second? I want to point out that 3-hour procedures I think is really valuable, but also we don't want to start them at 3 hours. I think, you know, we want to have a transition. So maybe X amount of, you know,
Agreed.
1-hour tattoos, X amount of, you know,
And-
2, 3.
And I definitely don't want to like talk a lot through this, but that's why it was an average, so that a bunch of those early ones could be first ones, they could be small ones. And I also want to point out something that is, I think Aaron would attest to this, or anybody that's been running a school this long. When we got into this, there was no curriculum for us. They made us develop the curriculum, and then they wanted to, I'm going to say steal. I'm going to use the word. They wanted to steal our curriculum. And that was one nice thing that helped. When we did this, we decided to go ahead and make this curriculum. So in this packet that we're about to get to, we did chop it up, and we all did donate, those of us schools that have been around a while struggling through this, a lot of our curriculum to it. And if you go through there and look, there is a whole section devoted to color theory, and there is a whole section devoted to different skin types and different skin areas. And what this illustrates is, again, to cite Aaron, schools aren't doing it. And so we can bolster all this and up the hours and do all this, but if schools aren't going to do it, it's like, again, I could get into other laws. It's like crime or gun laws. It's not going to do a thing. It's not going to help anything because the other schools aren't doing it. And that's
Pardon my ignorance, but are teachers and schools given just the packet that we're looking at, or are they actually given like breakdown? This is what you need to teach in this section. This is what you need to teach in this section.
They're giving it ourselves. We wrote it ourselves, and it's all submitted to the Higher Education Coordinating Commission. We've got program maps. I mean, I've got binders of what we teach. So
okay, so that's given out to all the schools of like the breakdown of what needs to be taught in each section.
They don't give it to us.
Okay, so that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're given this as like a primer, and then we have to make our own curriculum. And
okay, so each school makes it, and then the committee audits it. Okay, cool. Thank you.
I'm going to jump in because there's something that we're missing, and I know this gets really controversial, but we have to look at what our license encompasses. It is grown. We've got permanent makeup, huge. How many students are coming out that are doing permanent makeup under the same license? How many people are doing scalp work under the same license, because I teach those specialties? But it's the same license. So now we talk about all these hours or defining these. Come on, these girls doing freaking eyebrows are like 4 and 5 hours starting out. It's a lot of time. But they are licensed when they get out. If they can't make it on the business end of it, which is the hard part with that area of tattooing, what do? They jump into tiny tattoos. We can't restrict that. And that's not the school's fault when people move within the license. Just same as if somebody's going to do an eyeliner, just because they've been tattooing 20 years doesn't mean they need to be jumping on an eyeliner. So we have to be really careful where we go here, because we cover all of these things within one license. So if we make a move and say you have to do this, how's that going to affect this large portion of students that are coming out of school to do these other services?
What we could do that would be measurable.
Separate. They should be separate.
Can we split it?
They should have been separate when it was defined.
Started off separate.
They still aren't.
It's a vastly different skill set doing cosmetic tattooing towards
all the basics are really close on. I don't have a problem with that. But there are some areas, and again, okay, I think we need to add anesthetics because of the big word called liability. We've got more and more and more. I cannot believe how many students are dragging in God knows what kind of anesthetics, and they think they can wrap a whole body part in it. We're talking huge liability here, and that's not in our curriculum. And then I'm dealing with it on permanent makeup side. Is it in the curriculum? We've dealt with corneal burns, and there's a lot of stuff that needs to be added. But again, it's how do we define our license? We have to be careful that we cover that we don't throw somebody under the bus nor neglect something, because we are so much bigger than just body art.
That's where this has changed. Go ahead, Erin.
Well, I was just going to say, going back to the minimum amount of procedures, if we made it so that they were only allowed to tattoo once a day or do one procedure a day, that would be auditable and measurable, because, the consent forms would back that up.
That's a great idea.
Or even a stepped system, like the first 10 procedures are one a day. By the time you get to 20, you can do 2 a day. You know what I mean? Because you are trying to help these students build a career out of this. You're trying to help them build a clientele and make enough money to keep their head above water. So I do like the idea of a stepped system. I don't think one a day would be manageable.
But the thing is, many students are traveling, and it has to be realistic. Can they get out of school and not be going to school for a year or 2 years? It's like school is like going to cosmetology school. We get started. We went to aesthetic school. We were proficient to the amount of hours, but we don't quit. And I think a lot of shops have forgotten that they're supposed to pick up and mentor students after they get out of school. It's a school's job to make sure that they are safe. They understand protocols. They keep to the laws. They know what paperwork is to be done. They know what their responsibility to their license as far as continuing hours. All of that, but we cannot crank out artists with 20 years of experience in 400 hours. It's the shop's responsibility to pick these people up and continue to mentor them. School is just the first part. We can't be expected to do that. It's not realistic. Nobody would ever get licensed.
A lot of schools are telling their students that, though, when they come into the shop, like with a portfolio, they're coming in with fine line work, which is cool, don't get me wrong. But when they walk in, they want to be full-blown artists, which is great, but you can't do what so-and-so can do. So I don't know what's going on in the schools where if they're not acknowledging that, we're like, hey, you know what? One of these days when you graduate here, you're gonna have to go get a mentor. Is that being said? Can that be said? Is that like a thing?
There's no secondary program. There's no
secondary program, but yeah, so when they come in, it's just
program.
like, man, they want their own place, they want to be on this, or they open up their own studios. And then what's gonna happen? They're not gonna be successful. And if they get on the road to travel, like say the circuit or anything like that, what's gonna happen? You ain't gonna do anything. You're gonna be doing $100 bangers all day everywhere you go. And then what's gonna happen? You're gonna close, you got kids to feed or anything like that, that ain't gonna get you by. You gotta climb that never ending mountain, you gotta keep going. And if they wanna be mentored, something needs to be said from the get-go. If you're gonna be an artist, this is what you're gonna have to do, but this is the first step. And then the next step is get a mentor, or something like that.
Well, I think that they think that they're gonna come out of it like, oh yeah, I'm professional 1000%. Like, yes.
But they come out with that confidence.
Per your license, yes, you're professional. You're professional in that you're not gonna, cross-contaminate. You're professional in the fact that you still have to learn.
But that's the thing, is the purpose of this board to then, are we making proficient tattooers? Or are we trying to make good, professional, successful tattooers? Like, what is the state's
Is it
role?
making hireable tattooers? Because as a person who owns a shop now, my hiring pool is largely recent graduates who are not hireable.
The industry's flooded with low skilled people that honestly,
But then
cross-contamination
capitalism
is
just
like
sort
not
that
even.
Right. Well, and also it's like, it's not only being hireable, but it is like, we have this issue of like, so we have some schools that are doing it really well and having that, record of everybody being successful and mentoring the people and having relationships with them. And then we have the schools, that even though this bar, like, you know, is the minimum, they're not even doing that. So it doesn't feel like, you know, the issue sounds like, at least to me, that part of it is oversight, part of it is like there's, you know, do we want more regulation or more inspections? Not necessarily, but at the same time, like, how do we, it feels like raising the bar is the only way to make the schools that aren't doing the minimum at least do more.
Yes.
Because you want hireable people at the end of the day. I think competency is to be hireable. Not necessarily because art is objective, like you want a safe tattoo, but you also want somebody that can do the job that, you know, they actually were trained to do. So how do we bridge that gap between the shops that are doing, you know, going above and beyond, and the studios that are training lifelong tattooers and the quote unquote puppy mill shops? Like, is there a way to actually, you know, raise that bar enough so that at least the people who come out of there are hireable?
Also, do you need to be a licensed tattoo artist for a certain amount of time before you become a teacher?
This is something we have to bring to head. This is like
Yeah.
3
Because
years.
I know somebody who came right out of school and became a teacher, so the school has teachers listed, and it's concerning.
It's an HECC issue, not an HLO issue. We have to
I
take
see.
All trade schools have that rule, so we
Ah.
have to lobby for a special exception for tattoo schools with ACC.
It's either 3 to 5 years, I believe.
But they let you count the time that you were in school towards that.
Really?
So,
That's
yeah.
Even that high though?
It's 2 years.
It's 2 years. And so if you go to school for 6 months, yeah.
Yikes is right.
Yeah.
And most people I see are coming out in 6 months.
So just in statute, that really the only guidelines it has is the board shall adopt minimum standards of education and training requirements for each field of practice. So in this regard, it's just tattooing, but so that's not super informative. But again, we are looking to determine the minimum level that would get someone competent, that would be hireable, not someone that would go in and, you know, you have all sorts of safety and sanitation issues and then just botch someone's skin. You want them to be competent, but you also want to know that now that they're hired, they're also going to be gaining that other experience that's going to get them to another level. Right.
I think this board would be good at taking away or reducing some of the hours on things like tattoo machines that when we wrote this was very important and then quickly became not important, and address things like permanent makeup and things that weren't very popular, as popular when this was written. Things like lidocaine and that sort of thing. I mean, it's arguably out of our scope of practice. If we can't be prescribing a Tylenol or ibuprofen for a swollen piercing, we've got issues when it comes to people selling and using lidocaine at the shop. I think it's another thing if the client wants to use it and you say, I'll tattoo you anyways, and the liability's on you. But we've got shops that are actually selling it at the front door and marking the price up. Is that a scope of practice issue? I kind of think it is. But these are things that we could address in here. I think what you're hearing HLO is longstanding is that HEC and HLO don't really communicate a whole lot. And for those of you who have been around since piercing got rewritten, piercing was super underregulated. It needed something to be done, and it was. But it got so overregulated that now I can't even train a piercer because it would take hundreds of piercings to get them through. So much time, I'm not going to get that in a smaller shop now that I'm not in Eugene. Even in Eugene, it would have taken me forever. So we don't want to do that to the tattoo curriculum, although we can tailor it. And we also need to recognize that some of the schools are going to be pumping them out anyways. And so I think if we could get HEC to address the schools that are putting out, say, more than X students a year, and go in and look at what their curriculum really is, what the tattoos are that these kiddos are doing, and how many instructors they actually have there, because they're obviously not going to abide by anything we change here today.
Well, that's why I was saying if you can change the definition of what the procedure is, right? And have, like, instead of just an overarching tattoo procedure, you have to do 50 of these. If it is like broken down, it's 50 of these ones, 50 of these, 50 of the, you know, like a specific thing, then, you know, measurable thing.
Have ratios now, but they're not being enforced.
Yeah, exactly.
One-on-one, and then you are supposed to not have more than 4 students tattooing at any one time, more than 4 per instructor. We run at half what's allowed, and it still takes a boatload of work. And I know there's a lot of schools that aren't, because that's just not the way they're set up. But everybody's business structure is a little different. But if we don't enforce the problem is not so much the rules we have, it's the fact that they're really not even being enforced. If everything was clicking along the way it is written now, that'd be fine. But the rules are right. Nobody's checking. Not that we want to invite a lot of that, but if the schools are not abiding by the rules, those of us that are, it's just death by 1,000 pecks, because they're taking business out of our pocket. You can look at it lots of different ways. But if we do what's written, I think we would be fine.
Yeah.
I think that there is a problem in the definition of that, though, as far as like those first 10 where it's supposed to be one-on-one, right? And the definition of like the tattoo procedure is a fully healed and possible touch-up. Like that's what it says in the guide or whatever. I don't know how you can do, and it has to happen within 30 days. So if you did 1 a day, or let's say 2 a day for 5 days in a row, you knock out your 10 tattoos, you have to wait 2 weeks to see them again healed to know if there's a touch-up. You'll need a touch-up. It's your first 10 tattoos. Then you will have to see them 2 weeks later again to verify if it's fully healed. That's already outside of 30 days. So that's an untenable
That's a
case.
good rule to bring up, though, that 30-day rule. The way it's written, I've literally heard arguments on both sides that it has to be done within 30 days and it doesn't have to be done in 30 days. So I think that absolutely needs to be clarified.
Well, and then we talk about permanent makeup. I'm not going to touch a client in less than 6 weeks for permanent makeup procedure. And if it's mature skin, it might be closer to 8 weeks.
Yep.
So that throws us out there.
The touch-up part definitely isn't relevant. It's on that practical experience one that you pulled up. But you're right, touch-ups are impossible in 30 days.
And I will say, it's kind of hard for us because there is a line of authority for us and for HEC. We do the curriculum, they do the schools. I can always reach out to them and just kind of get a feel for what they do for surveys or when they look at schools. But if you guys have concerns, I would always bring them up to someone at HEC, or I can give you contact information. I think it's, what's that?
Yeah, so there's massive concerns, and it's mostly on the HEC side of things, because there's no oversight. And like, we're talking about this, and it's like, well, you're supposed to have 1 student to 1 teacher, and they're supposed to watch you do that procedure. If that person only went to tattoo school and doesn't know what the hell they're doing, and they're watching you, what are you actually gaining from that oversight? I don't know, there's just all sorts of issues. It seems to me, though, the only thing really we're all allowed to adjust and control within this kind of context is these theory hours, and what defines those. Is that?
Wait, no, we can control the procedural hours as well,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
But
I think that's where the balance is.
I don't want to get too lost in enforcement problems, because while they exist, it's not our remit here today. So.
Could I jump in for a moment?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of information covered. No one's disagreeing that, and no one's disagreeing that the fact that we need more hours in some of these areas. The question is really, how do you organize all that? And I was wondering, do we have the ability to say, like, as a just for the sake of conversation, as a freshman level, you need to know this much, and then as a junior level, you need to know this much, and as a senior level, you need to know this much. That way, we can start organizing the information and say, in the beginning, before you even start tattooing, you need to know this, and don't even bother moving on until you've tested out of your freshman level. Is that a possibility, or I'm just looking for a way to organize all this information? That's all.
Yeah, so you guys can organize it really in any way that you see is going to be the most beneficial. Really, the only thing that we have to abide by is what's in statute, and like I said, that's pretty generic. We just have to determine the minimum requirements. So beyond that, any recommendations that you guys have, we can bring to the board. If you want to chop it up, hey, they got to do this section first and then move on to this section, we can absolutely do that.
We can actually tell them you have to test out of this before you can get to that.
I believe so, yeah. And I'll check with the policy analyst just to be sure, but You guys can arrange this in an order that.
We do that. I mean.
So do we.
Yeah, on an individual level, but I mean on a state level, the state requiring to do it. But Aaron, obviously, have gone above and beyond.
Right. So some of us are doing that, and then you've got other schools that are taking students with no art experience. They're saying that they will teach you art while you're at tattoo school, so you don't even have to have an art background. That's absurd. So
and I want to add into this, because I'm coming from the outside, from the consumer side of this, is, we're not. I keep hearing about heck, should be here and everything else. So much that you've got here are the standards, and you all that are here are obviously people that are concerned and operate schools that you take care of your students. There are people that will go to these bare minimums in interpretation. There's two things that I'm seeing. Heck should be in part of this conversation to help you support what you're trying to do. And the other thing that I'm hearing repeatedly is an audit of the schools. You all are turning paperwork in, but obviously there's situations where maybe the state licensing board, listen to me guys, that they need to actually go into some of these schools, maybe even, drop in. And I know that sounds very, overarching and we're going to watch everything you do. But for those of you that do the right thing and take care of your students, that's great. The puppy mills, that's where they need to be caught. So just two things. Heck needs to be involved in this conversation, and they need to look at the audit piece. So, okay, I'm done.
We had a meeting 2 or 3 years ago where.
What I was going to say is, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I had asked them if any new tattoo school gets added to the top of an inspection list because we have the same inspectors. And I can't remember who it was. I don't know if you were there that day with me, but they basically said that since most tattoo schools operate as tattoo shops as well, that nobody gets, the inspection list doesn't change at all, the order doesn't change at all. So even though it could be 3 or 4 years before your shop gets inspected, if you're a tattoo school, that could be 3 or 4 years of not doing a school very well before anybody drops in. Right? So
I've had a school for 7 years and only been inspected once, and we moved our location. And when they inspected us, it was a standard tattoo shop inspection. They did not ask me questions about the school. They did not ask me questions about the students.
Was it HLO that did the inspection?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have authority to go in and inspect a shop. We do not have authority to go into a school.
So that's kind of
that's
Even though they're the same facility.
Yeah.
What is the process for inspecting shops? Just to be on topic for a half second. Like how do you, on your guys, how do you decide who?
They'll go to different areas, like one week they might all be over in Bend and that area, and then another time they'll go down south.
But there's no, I was gonna say there's no set schedule, there's no like every 2 years a shop should be, like there's
All
no.
of the private studios with all of the shops that are opening, because we're doing this, we need to up the program so that there's less of those, so that HLO can even get to anyone.
We have the same inspectors as health and beauty or beauty and nails too, and there's so many salons.
Yeah, so right now we have a total of 5 inspectors and there's thousands of
It's better
cosmetology.
than
Not even just,
harder to attain this license.
So it's supposed to be every 2 years. We've been open for almost 10 years and I have had 2. We got inspected in 2016 and we got inspected in 2023.
Well, I don't know how new shops are being inspected, like if you apply for a new facility license, whatever, I am opening up a shop, I am opening up a private studio, how that doesn't pop you to the top of the list, or is it a prerequisite for your license being active to be inspected?
I
know
also
we're
think
getting off
private
on this,
studios should have a little bit of a different schedule, just purely based on the fact that they're in a shared space. But a lot of things.
Half of them aren't even in regulation because of the spaces that they're in.
Yep.
I have a question. We're talking about inspecting versus auditing. This is for the state staff. How do you manage that for cosmetology schools? Do you inspect them for safety purposes, or do you also inspect them for the curriculum that they're offering? This is specifically the school.
Just safety. It's just safety.
Yeah, so most cause schools are their own facility. They won't have like a public facing shop. So we wouldn't have authority to look into that school.
So who does that school? Is that Heck?
They don't.
Don't.
The last time I got inspected, Christina came in and I actually had her very specifically go through the school.
But for safety, not for meeting.
You're not wrong. It was for safety.
Yeah.
But I asked her specifically to go through the school and inspect that.
Thanks, everybody.
I wonder, would it be helpful if we like sort of tried to refocus on things that are within our control?
Yeah.
And then, like, I agree with all these things, like, this is a thing that we've been thinking about for a really long time and trying to advocate for.
Start going through the hours and
That's
talk
kind of,
about individual categories.
That's a good message.
I feel like if we come up with some sort of hierarchy for these categories and then revisit subcategories of those and then sort of try to think about the hours for each of those, that might be helpful and sort of, then we can add whatever we think is important to get into each of these categories and sort of adjust the hours like based on that.
I'm just gonna say one last thing about HEC. Again, if anyone's an actual school owner, like I said, voice your concerns because I think it's more impactful coming from a school owner versus coming from me. But I will definitely reach out to them too and just kind of get a feel for their schedule.
Honestly, if they were to just focus on the schools that are pumping students out, and that, I'm sure that goes for cosmetology and the barbershops and stuff too. Those are the schools that obviously have an agenda to make money pumping students out. I think I don't know, it's worth looking into.
And then looks like somebody had their hand up.
They just took it down.
Oh, okay. All right, so if we're ready, we'll actually look into the course of study. Do we want to just kind of start with this page, go over the categories and hours, or do you want to dive into the actual?
Let's start with just the broad categories.
Okay.
And then go in.
Yeah, because I feel like there's some, if we're going based on Cameron, sort of what you were saying of like, okay, if we think about, I think it was you that said that, like sort of a freshman, sophomore, junior, whatever, there's an order that I feel like these should be taught in, where you're not going straight into tattooing, but first you're thinking about number one, safety and infection control.
Yeah.
I don't hire anybody even at front desk in my shop without them doing like their bloodborne pathogen and teaching them that first. So if there's other things that we should do under safety and infection, you know, sort of breaking these up and like how things you should learn first so that you can, one, be in the shop without doing anything dangerous, two, how to manage all the equipment and supplies, three, like client services. I feel like design, art placement, color theory, those kinds of things should be a little bit lower. And during maybe the first portion, you should be working on design, art placement, like in terms of drawing and starting to build that skill. The 10 hours that are listed here, I spend that on a day. Like one day a week, and I've been tattooing for as long as I have. Like this is not nearly enough hours in terms of being able to draw, especially for something permanent on somebody's body.
Even if you can draw, drawing for the medium of skin is so different that like, I feel like everybody needs training in that. Just the translation, even if you're a proficient painter, the translation is so backwards from like how oil painting or acrylic or anything is, that like, you know, there's things that if we need to back up, like why we would want to increase hours in that, just in design, art, and placement, you know, there's flash, there's styles of tattooing.
A lot of different styles can be added to that list.
Yeah, like, and it doesn't even have to be necessarily style, but different techniques. If we're more so interested in like technical proficiency versus, you know, great artistic ability, I feel like with technical proficiency, that should include solid black coverage, gradients, you know, things like that, that like people aren't being taught and don't know how to do.
I have a question for those of us that are involved with permanent cosmetics, which I know nothing about. If the license is going to be the same, if it is sometimes the case that somebody with a permanent cosmetics application of their tattoo license is struggling in the field and then they decide to switch to doing traditional, you know, image tattoos, is this kind of thing valuable for them to have had some exposure to during their educational program, or does it make sense to minimize the art and the theory, thinking that maybe 2/3 of the license holders have no use for it at all? But does the potential for there to be some use for it if they decide to make that transition, does that make it worthwhile?
I think they should have to go through the artistic side of it in a separate area. Like it's so vastly different. They're not even going half the time into the dermal layer of skin. Like it really is so different. And I think to be able to like do that and learn about tattooing is a lot to throw on anyone.
Maybe we have two subcategories for design art and placement for aesthetics and one for tattooing. Because placement and there's,
Well,
sure
even
different
in cosmetic tattooing, the color theory and pigments and design art and placement, those hours could be much, much more.
Oh,
What
yeah.
they're doing, especially because it's on the face, especially because they're working with older skin, they have to learn so much more things that we don't cover.
Color correction.
Color correction is
Yeah.
part of
Everything is
cosmetic
different.
tattooing that we don't talk about, and just, I think color theory and pigments and design art and placement can both go to 50 hours a piece without any problem.
Yep.
I definitely think even traditional tattooing and cosmetic tattooing, I wrote curriculum for both of them, and there's over 50 hours for both of them on both sides of it. We actually ended up splitting our curriculum, so one focuses on cosmetic tattooing and one focuses on more traditional tattooing, which I don't think would be a bad idea for the HLO to look at in general.
Okay.
Because a lot of the people that are coming through the schools that focus on cosmetic tattooing and then trying to jump into the tiny tattoos, because you don't make solid lines with cosmetic tattooing, they don't know how to do it. So they're trying to do it like you do eyebrows, which is literally scratching. And so it's causing a lot of trauma to the skin. The tattoos don't look good. They don't have a proficiency. This skill is different than this skill.
Completely.
And so that's where it comes, is the license going to be split or is it not? And that becomes a whole nother animal with testing and I mean,
I still think it should be done even more.
It's like, yeah, it's really hard.
If I were a cosmetic tattooer, I would not want to have to learn about tribal styles, and or vice versa. Like if I was going to tattoo school with my temperament, I'd have no interest.
If you look at the testing, what they test on is the same. So all of our students, they pick an emphasis when they come to school. Are you body art? Are you permanent makeup? Okay. Different manuals, different models, different procedures, different machines, different kits. Everything is different. They spend all their hours under design art and placement. They're going to be mapping eyebrows and mapping lips like crazy. Whereas our artists are doing their art, they're working on their Procreate, they're working on their pads, whatever they're using, but it still falls in the same category. The testing, there's not a question on the test to my knowledge yet. It's been a lot of years since I took it, but there's not a question on there about permanent makeup yet. It's all about the laws and what we have written right here that we're seeing on the screen in front of us. And so students sit side by side. I still take everybody through basic color theory because you can't do permanent makeup color theory without basic color theory. So one student's going to take it to the art side. One student's going to continue to work hours and hours learning about the corrections and all those things in permanent makeup. It goes a different direction. The hours are still, I mean, the categories we have are good to build on. But the fact that the license covers two things, we have to be careful not to cut somebody off.
Correct. Yeah, I agree.
And that's the thing. Currently in Oregon, there's no distinction between cosmetic tattooing and regular tattooing.
There's
They will
not
have
in
all
most
the same
states.
license.
There's not in most states, and there's lots of us that are crossovers. I mean, I've been the crossover for 30 years, 25 years.
2017, they defined that cosmetic tattooing lands under the tattoo license when it should have been under the aesthetics or advanced aesthetics licensing.
But probably when that came up, it wasn't under aesthetics. And I agree. I don't think, after all the years I've been in business, I absolutely think that would be devastating to give it to cosmetology schools. It was horrible.
As of right now, that requires statutory change. If you guys wanted to create a separate license for cosmetic tattooing,
Couldn't it still be like in tattoo, but
a subcategory?
yeah, so not give it to cosmetology?
That's the most effective, in my opinion, is to have it as a subcategory.
you can include it in the curriculum, but it's going to be something that all tattoo artists would have to take, regardless of what they end up doing after school.
But sadly, that's what it should be now.
But what they're saying is they have to make a step.
Yeah, and it
Our
just.
body artists really don't want to sit through massive hours of color theory. And they don't want to learn to map eyebrows. That's probably not a good idea. At the same time, the artists, the permanent makeup girls sitting next to the body artists, we just separate ours out. They spend a lot of time together in the classroom for what we're looking at here. And then there's breakout time. I've got one group that's working on one thing and another instructor's in a different room working on something totally different. So they are split, but they fall under the same license. And we as schools can't say that one of our permanent makeup people that hasn't been able to make it in the field isn't going to show up to a tattoo shop and apply, and all she can do is a couple little scratchy tiny tattoos. I mean, but we also can't tell someone, if it's in their scope of practice, that they can't do it when they get out. They are licensed to do it, so they can.
And that goes both ways. We've got tattooers that have just enough information to be dangerous and think that they can do eyebrows when they haven't studied any of that information either.
Yep, exactly. It runs both ways, but I know it's a huge animal in other states trying to separate that. So again, what is the definition of a tattoo school? Is it to crank out an artist that's going to come to your shop like a 20-year veteran? Or is it the starting place where they know how to do everything right, where they're safe, and they continue to move in their career? I mean, hey, I still learn stuff 30 years later. I'm learning stuff all the time. I don't think we ever quit learning, but I don't think it's fair for the shops. I know when I bring somebody on as a tech in my shop, as an artist in my shop, I know, okay, you've got this many years in the field, you're fresh out of school. Okay, I know based on what I see, I have some work to do. Why do I want to hire that person? Or do I not hire that person? We still have to invest in our industry after school.
My question is then, is it a better strategy to just like say, just for the example, design art and placement, which is something that is very different between the two fields. Is it a better strategy for us to put a lot in there, thereby forcing body art tattooers to learn a lot of cosmetic stuff and vice versa? Or do we just focus on where the overlap is and stick with that?
Either way, I think the hours could be upped, because I think you could do 50 hours of color art in theory in cosmetic tattooing.
Both.
50 hours, just for, like she said, you split it up, it's in your curriculum as a school, but we should have that hour be higher for that.
Sure. And what we could do, we could include a section on cosmetic tattooing that's, say, 40 hours or 50 hours, and then if a school wants to specialize in that, they can add more, they can do more specialized.
Agreed. And to answer your question, design art and placement is a perfect example where even though they're different, I only teach, decorative tattooing, not cosmetic, but we all know that cosmetic tattooing needs those hours as well. Same, I would assume, with color theory and pigments, right? Where I see them struggling with this, and especially the test, the way we wrote it, was tattoo machines. We had a huge section where we had to, poor Cerinthia and I struggled trying to find applicable questions to write for everybody for coil tattoo machines. And within a matter of years, we saw coil machines pretty much go to the wayside. Those questions were tough for those of us that love building coil machines. If you're a cosmetic tattooer, I can't imagine trying to learn all that just to regurgitate on a test. And
you're wasting your time.
You're wasting your time. So that would be a good example where we could definitely lose some hours on here and give them to one of the other categories. Another one with that needles and needle bars, even though a lot of people are using cartridges, they still need to know those needle groups. And I would assume that's the same for cosmetic tattooing. Wrong. You've got a number of needle groups and options and variables. So back to this, I think we can steal especially from tattoo machines and throw it in another category.
But tattoo machines right now only focuses on coil machines. I definitely think we need to include in the curriculum rotaries and direct drive rotaries.
Okay, quick question. What would you ask? What questions could you even think of off the top of your head, any of you, to ask about coil machines on a test that are a universal question that's like a cosmic truth for all of us? I can't think of any.
It's really
maybe something on voltage, like voltage, what to use your machine, because that can go both ways. Pen machines, rotary machines, any of that. And that can be applied to permanent makeup and tattoo.
Right.
Just learning how the machine actually
Yeah,
works.
how to actually, yes, run your machine.
I mean, we don't even have questions regarding stroke length.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
stroke.
Which is
All
applicable
on the
to
test.
any machine.
Right.
Literally all of them.
Tina, you have your
That's
hand up?
personal preference.
Yes, I do. This is Tina Russell. I'm the licensing manager here. I've also been here with tattoo since I first came here 29 years ago. But what I would like everybody to do is please, let's not talk over each other. Raise your hand and please say what your first name is or your last name prior to talking so it's on record. If you all could do that, that would be great because I'm in my office and I hear a lot of chattering everywhere. And it will be a lot easier for everybody to get down the notes that they need. Okay? Thank you.
Right, so we want to just go through this list. Is there, again, a particular order that we feel they should go in, or do we want to leave that up to the school? Okay, so business operations, the hours for that. Are we comfortable at 20? Do we want to change it?
How many things are in business operations?
I mean, there's 10 subcategories with categories within each of those categories. Sorry.
And again, we can go through all of those categories and determine, is this still relevant? Do we want to chop that off?
Yeah, maybe let's just, Dan Kilsdorf here, sorry. I propose we start at 1.0 in the tattoo course of study.
Okay.
And maybe talk about them in detail and then see what it adds up to.
Anytime once we have more of a final product
from there.
the hours. Okay.
When we get to the end of business operations.
All right, so under 1.1, under legalities, we feel that any of those things should be removed, that they should be added.
In Gilsdorf.
Yeah.
We might consider adding legal business structures in here, sole proprietor, S corp, LLC, that kind of thing, because that does have legal bearing on like liability protections that tattooers might choose to set up for themselves. That address that stuff under taxes also.
What would you call it? Legal?
Yeah, legal business structures, business structures.
Just to recap, the reason we did lay them out in this fashion was so that the business laws, the state laws, safety and infection control, client services were all kind of up there addressed before the student started putting hands on skin, you know?
Good plan.
Okay. Anything else for legalities? Okay.
Pretty complete.
Under taxes, anything that should be tweaked?
Sean Laneuse, do we need to deal with, because you've got like record keeping, write-offs, reporting, right? Now that we are in a digital age, do we need to deal with teaching people about like Venmo, Apple Pay, taking credit cards?
So like a digital payments.
Yeah, the ins and outs of that and what an actual, I mean, that goes back to what Dan was saying of like a legal business structure. You cannot use Venmo or a business without it being Venmo business legally. Like, do we need to teach the children this thing?
Olivia Bransby, on that, I totally agree, and also want to add the difference between employees and independent contractors.
So Dan was talking about business type structures.
I thought he was talking about like LLC versus sole prop. Is that what you meant, or?
I was talking about that in terms of individual artists, if they decided to set themselves up that way, under legalities. So yeah, but it would be basically the same thing, but because the independent contractor versus employees, that would have to do with the facility licensing rather than individual.
Maureen has their hand up.
Go ahead, Maureen. I think you're on mute.
She is. She's trying.
I'm unmuted now. Hi, I'm Maureen. I just wanted to make a note on business licensing while we were here, that may be up for you guys who are more formally educated in the industry to come up with. But I think that once you graduate school, there should be a temporary hold on when you can apply for a facility license, maybe a year or two. I think that operating with a tattooing license in this state doesn't make you qualified to be regularly tattooing without a rest of the shop watching over you and helping you learn. I think that the course study to get you licensed is enough to qualify you to be tattooing somebody technically, but not without supervision. And I don't think that it's safe or a reasonable manner for people to be coming out of tattoo school with 6 months of knowledge, opening up shops, and then teaching others within 2 years. I don't think that they should be able to open a shop of their own for 2 years, nonetheless teach new people. And so I think that's something dangerous in the industry that should be discussed more regularly. Thanks for hearing me.
This is Trisha Mel. Anybody can have a shop, a facility. You don't have to be licensed at all. I could go in and open my own tattoo shop. So we can't really place any enforcement on how long somebody has to be licensed because you don't even have to have a license.
Right. In Chicago, you're not allowed to open a tattoo facility unless you're an active tattoo artist. It's different state by state. And so I don't think it's completely unreasonable to make only tattoo artists allowed to open tattoo shops.
And that could be in statute. We'll look and see if it's in statute. That's something that.
Yeah, I'll make note of that and then I'll talk to our policy analyst to see what options we have.
Thanks.
Can we move bookkeeping under taxes, because those two should go together, and then add digital payments to taxes?
Okay, sorry, say that one more time.
Can we move bookkeeping under taxes, because those generally get taught together, and then add digital payments, probably to taxes?
So the whole section 1.4, move that under taxes and just combine them?
Or make that 1.3.
Yeah, make
Okay.
it 1.3.
1.4, 1.3.
Definitely, I'm trying to figure out if legalities and regulations should go together and then taxes.
And then you suggested putting the digital payments under the bookkeeping?
Yes.
Yes, I would say so.
Pamela's hand is up.
Go ahead, Pam.
Hi, I'm Pam. I think we need to be really careful here because how many of us in schools are actually CPAs? When you're teaching somebody something, you need to be licensed in your field. We cannot be teaching out of our scope of practice here. And so some of the stuff that's in here, legals and taxes, we can direct a student to what they need to do or where they can get information, but we cannot teach out of our scope, just like we can't on the medical side of it. So we have to be really careful with that.
Right, I mean, you're not gonna be giving them legal advice or CPA advice, but just generally how a shop is ran, some legal concerns that you have to think about being a shop owner.
Yes.
Just
And the other thing is we can't tell somebody that they can't open a business.
Correct.
So, I mean, if they meet the needs of licensing, we can't say that you can't open a business. We can't say that, I mean, there's things that we would like to implement and they make a lot of sense, but we have to look at it from the legal side. And I don't think that that's something that's going to be allowable, especially in this state. You know? And so unfortunately, it's a matter of natural attrition. If you're doing it right and you're good at what you're doing, you're going to probably stay in business. And if you're not, you're probably going to die off at some point. And we just have to deal with that in the interim. That's true of these artists too. Like I said, we can't deny somebody the right to do this. Good old-fashioned apprenticeships, that's the way it used to be. We could say who came in the industry and who got to stay in it. We cannot do that anymore. It's discriminatory. So we have to be really careful about opening Pandora's box.
Jesse Preston, are there any, I've seen a lot over the last few years, but like accounting for artists, accounting for independent contractor courses that are available. Are there any of those that we're allowed to like recommend or share? Or is that just solely on the responsibility of the school to find those or seek those out for their students?
Yeah, it'd be on the responsibility of the school or the facility shop owner. Yeah, we wouldn't have anything that we would recommend, but you could say, hey, this is something that we use for our school or for our shop, and then they go from there. All right, we're ready. We'll move on to bookkeeping, so section 1.3. So I added digital payments to that. Do we feel that there are things that can be combined or?
Is there a way to just even mention, say, like basic money practices, like learning how to save, like, and introducing just concepts without stepping into legal areas like retirement and stuff like that? Because I feel like no one teaches you about retirement until it's too late. Is that even in since we're talking about this type of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, whatever you guys feel as a school owner that you feel should be taught, we can include it, and then we can present it to the board.
Tom and Muller, maybe we just add a section to bookkeeping, planning for the future.
Okay.
Then I have another question, Dan Gilsdorf. At 1.4.3, client records has a subcategory of record keeping, which seems redundant. Yes. But we can just scratch record keeping. Unless we want to separate out client records from financial records.
So you're suggesting moving the 1.3.3.1 or?
Oh yes, because we've swapped those, right, correct. So yeah, 1.3.3 and 1.3.3.1.
Okay. I know it's kind of confusing.
Yeah, there's also record keeping down lower in the bookkeeping category that's separate, so.
Yeah, so maybe we can just mix that. Okay.
I believe there's paperwork retention further down, sorry.
Shawnese, that's actually in 4.3, there's a whole section of client records.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some duplicated things in here that we could definitely remove and just keep them to one section.
Okay, so Dan Gilsdorf here, should we just nix client records from bookkeeping altogether and focus on financial bookkeeping under the bookkeeping heading? So
this is Karen. That was in there very specifically, client records and record keeping, because we're required by law to keep our client records for a certain amount of time and have them available.
Right.
And that would be under record retention though, wouldn't it? Or client records?
Yeah, there's a whole section of client records.
You said it was 4.3?
4.3, I believe, yes. It's a whole section of client records.
Yeah, under client services.
Yep. It's great because that's more detailed.
Right.
Okay, so the section 1.3 bookkeeping that we have up there now, is that good or are there, sorry, it's so small.
Yes.
Good with that?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, great.
Pamela has their hand up.
Go ahead, Pam.
It's Pam. Doesn't that kind of stuff go in client, shouldn't that be under client services rather than bookkeeping?
Yeah, so I think this bookkeeping is more financial, and then there's gonna be a record keeping section with student records and things.
Yeah, with client records, that's, okay, that's what I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah, they were kind of intermixed before, but I think it makes more sense to separate them out. All right, so 1.4, city, state, federal, and other regulations. This is kind of standard, but I don't think anything should be added.
Captain, with the changes you're making here, are we gonna get a copy of this as well?
Yes.
Perfect.
So what we can do is, if we manage to finish everything today, we could, if you guys are up to it, have the other meeting on the 15th, just make it a short one, we can review the final thing, go from there, or we can try to tweak it today, and then if you guys are good, then we wouldn't have to have a second meeting, but we can determine that at the end. Okay. So everyone feels good on 1.4? All right, section 1.5.
Quick, actually, Rebecca Marar. I don't know if this would fall under here, but one of the definitions like that we have for high-level disinfectant just lists it as tuberculocidal, which for the CDC is not the only thing that makes something high-level. So I have the definitions like from their website that I was wondering if we could I don't know if that's something we can expand on through here. Is like those little things within these sections, but.
Yeah, and we could do that here, and then also there's safety and sanitation section.
Oh, yeah,
Safety
that would go
infection
under that
control.
one.
We could
That's
also definitely have that up.
Okay.
Okay, so 1.5, marketing and advertising.
Dan Gilsdorf, no complaints there.
Nope. Okay. Inventory and stock.
Dan Gilsdorf, I do have a question about this one. Does it make sense to have something about the sanitary storing of supplies in this section, or does that all come under the health?
Comes into the next.
Safety and infectious control? Yeah, that makes sense. So maybe should we specify that this is inventory and stock of non-operatory materials? And then we cover the operatory materials under safety and sanitation.
The way, Tom Muller, the way that we understood this is more literally just about like when you need to order supplies and how you need to manage your inventory than physically touching it.
Got it.
How much do you want to have on hand or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly, like how to manage it so you don't run out of things,
Yeah.
systems for that.
What about people that still use tubes and needles, or like say, for example, people still making their own needles? Are they checking like the dates for autoclaving and all that?
That's
or-
gonna,
No,
that's
yeah, it's all in there.
Oh.
Go farther
this
down.
is just business operations, so
Oh.
it's more like how the business is run, then we get into sanitation and that kind of stuff.
No, I was just assuming like inventory, so people are ordering needles and whatnot, you know?
And we can always circle back. If we go to another section, we feel it should be moved up, we can do that. Okay, business structure.
Rebecca Marar, is this what we were discussing adding on in the legalities section? Or does this go further into like, like I say,
Dan Gilsdorf, this looks to be like business structure that's not related to legal and tax status. It has to do with the running of like day-to-day business operations.
Kind of the hierarchy of the shop.
Hierarchy of the shop, who manages whom,
Gotcha.
who handles what responsibilities.
Everyone feels good with that?
We maybe rename it internal business structure or some sort of language to make sure that it's clear that that does not refer to tax and legal status.
Okay. Moving on down, so section 1.8, the fees.
I think that looks good.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Next section, planning and scheduling.
Yeah, again, I'm almost wondering if this section would make more sense under client services because you utilize consults in all of your appointment making. While yes, it lands under big business operations, it also would land under there. Should it be consolidated under client services?
Sean News. I also have a question about that. Is this now implying that we're telling people how to do consults, how to book appointments, how to schedule? Like, is that what this is teaching? Like, Cameron, you might have some insight into that. And then is that the role of the state to tell someone how to run their business that way?
This is Cameron, yeah. So the reason it's split up to address the question before yours was that some of these things do come up twice because this is sort of in the business model versus the client services portion. And it was tough when you're writing it to try to figure out, these things keep coming up in different categories. And is it relevant in different categories? And sometimes like this, I think it is, but you guys decide. The planning and scheduling, yes, because back when, to your question now, when we were doing this originally and we had no format, nothing, we were having to create it on our own. Some of us remember there was no layout, nothing for us to go on. And so this is giving a template, if you will, for schools to follow and how, you all schedule appointments is different than how I schedule appointments or consultations or that sort of thing. So it wasn't to dictate to you how to do it. It was more bringing it up here in this category for an opportunity to teach the students the way you do it, and hopefully you teach the students the way other shops do it as well, but not to dictate how you do it or what you say. Does that make sense? I don't know.
And the same goes with the next section, the client contact. Most of it seems common sense. I did speak to our regulatory manager, like personal boundaries and personal etiquette. That seems pretty obvious, but there have been a few complaints of some tattoo artists crossing those boundaries. So we just want to make it very clear that these are things that you cannot do. Again, that would be up to the school to set those specific guidelines, but
again, within that, so if we're moving into that space and personal boundaries, like, yeah, there is still a major problem of, people crossing boundaries. Should there be education on trafficking? Because I know early on in my career, I definitely tattooed a few people, and after the same guy brought a different woman in that week, I was like, oh, this is a thing. Like, this is a problem that I'm tattooing these people. But I was never taught that. I mean, I had a regular apprenticeship a bunch of years ago. So, like, is that a modern day issue that needs to be addressed?
Tom and Muller, yeah, I think so, but I think we put that under client services
Okay.
because we have more stuff in there. Yeah, we have an ethics section that we could definitely make sure that goes into.
Olivia Britsweet, ethics could also, I mean, if you're talking business ethics versus client ethics, you have consent, you have personal boundaries, you have, the reporting of use or whatever, if there's like Sean was saying, maybe stating under 1.1 legalities, saying business ethics.
Okay.
And then separating it for the client stuff, under client contact, instead of personal boundaries, like learning consent specifically. Right. Might be a better guidelines. Yeah, consent guidelines.
Boundaries, guidelines, etiquette, and we can also put that in.
Yes, and add ethics next to etiquette in client services.
Okay.
Under client contact. Like 110.
etiquette /
ethics. And then instead of personal boundaries, consent guidelines.
So then this is.
Yeah.
Matt Hodell, I was wondering, should ethics be its own group? Is there a lot more to cover underneath ethics than just a subcategory? I'm just questioning.
Dan Gilsdorf, I think ethics and etiquette, that both are one of those things that comes up in multiple categories, and it probably ranges widely enough that it can be complicated to have ethics as its own category. It might be better to have an ethics subset of multiple categories. Does that make sense?
So Olivia, what did you say for the personal boundaries, recommended change?
Yeah, instead of 110.4, do maybe say consent guidelines, update the language a little bit.
So do you guys want to focus on putting a new section that's just ethics and we'll have?
No.
No, okay.
Follow what Dan said. It's gonna be repeated in different sections, so we can teach it in different sections.
Okay. All right, so it looks like, unless anyone has any other suggestions, section 1, looks like we've reviewed that one. Do we still want to keep it at 20 hours? Like you said, it seems like quite a bit crammed in there, but.
It seems like quite a bit crammed in there, but also a lot of it doesn't need to be taught to the point of total memory retention. People don't need to remember all of the business structures that are available to them on a day-to-day basis in the tattoo shop. So for that reason, I feel like 20 hours is not too far off the mark.
Okay. Does anyone else have any suggestions, or everyone's okay keeping it at 20? Okay, moving on, section 2, Oregon laws and rules. So under, I don't know if we want to go category by category or just if anyone has any suggested changes to this.
Olivia Brinsby, do we want to add heck to one of these categories so people are educated about like that there is another entity that does dictate this?
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Maybe under the approved course of study section.
Yeah. Again, especially because that wouldn't necessarily, that's not an authority as a licensed artist, it's an authority for the school, for them to just be aware of it.
I think it does fall under regular tattooers because of continuing education though. Because you're gonna have to deal with them. Well, I guess now you don't have to deal with them, but if you were audited, you will have to deal with what is an actual approved course of study.
We want to put heck in the approved course of study or move it?
Rebecca, Marar, they do require you to have that in your like student teacher contract as like where like other governing resources for schools.
Okay.
So I don't know if we need much more than that, or if you actually want to describe, you know, what they do, but we are like required to have that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is it, Daniel, are we saying then that it's not necessary to include heck in these materials? Or as something that tattoo schools are required to explain, basically?
Yeah, I guess if we wanted to expand on it, I'm not sure.
Tom Miller, a basic instruction of HECC and what it's responsible for in regards to this program would be great. And I think that's all we need, because several times in the actual curriculum, you have to list it as a resource. So if it was just a simple breakdown of their responsibilities, their powers and duties, that would be great and super helpful for the students.
And how much would just an individual who's becoming a tattoo artist, not a school owner, not a shop owner, how much interaction would they have with heck?
My experience, Daniel, it's been 0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only if they're a school.
Okay, so just a brief mention of like, hey, here's what it is, here's where you might hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you're doing HLO powers and duties, you could, 2.11 heck powers and duties, and then you've touched on it. There's 2.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Words.
That makes sense. Let's put it. Okay. And then over to the tattoo licensing, facility licensing, hosting requirements. I mean, a lot of this stuff is all required in rule, things that they should know.
I do have a question, and this is actually gonna go to you, Cameron. In the test, I do know that they just drill us on the temporary licensing questions. Is there a reason as to why we're asking so many questions about temporary license when someone is actually there to take their test for their permanent licensing?
That's a good question. This is Cameron, obviously. We had to come up with so many questions in each category. We even had to come up with duplicate questions, for somebody taking the test multiple times. No, I think that's something that should be addressed. And again, I know that the purpose of this group, us meeting, like we've said, is not to address the test, but is that going to be done at some point in time? Because I think a lot of us here are curious about that.
Yep, so we are planning on doing an item writing committee, hopefully in the spring.
So I would agree with you then on this and that there are a lot of questions. I think a lot of them should be about licensure in general. I think you all would agree. But why there have to be so many on a temporary license, I don't know. And definitely why there have to be so many on coil machines and how they operate. There are things like that we could tune up in that test for sure that people are struggling with, I know.
Yeah, and once we have those committees, we can definitely tweak the ratio, like, why do we have so many in this category? There should be more in this category, and we'll go through all of that.
Kevin, if we sat on this committee, can we still sit on that committee?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I want. Just curious.
Okay, so section 2.5, anything that we want to change? Okay. 2.6. And then 2.
Rebecca Marar, could we change the information about like temporary licensure? I guess this is facility. Instead of being like less like having to turn in your application like within like no less than 20 days, because there are some tattoo artists that are traveling here from and on last minute things and maybe don't have that time frame.
Yeah, so that is currently just an internal policy. Part of it's just to make sure that whoever is processing those applications has enough time to review it, make sure everything's there. If something's missing, then we have to reach back out to the person. We want to ensure that they've got their temporary license by the time they're at the location that they're at. We can chat about that. I can connect you with our licensing specialist and she can chat with that.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on, posting requirements. Again, a lot of that's outlined in rule. And then moving on, client services. Anything in there that should be changed?
Sean News. I guess I have a question. Is there with 2823 with aftercare, is there a standard set of aftercare that's being taught, or is that a preference?
Yeah, so there's nothing current. There's no current guidelines in our rules or statutes. So it's
This Cameron, there actually is.
There might be something.
I was going to say, this is Elaine. I was going to say that all of the artists that I've talked to over the years, most of them, they're always giving out some kind of instructions. Again, there's no standard, but they're giving out some kind of instructions to the clients. But in terms of what they want to use, that's a whole nother ball of wax.
Well, that's kind of what I was asking. Is this point just saying that like within client services at the completion of the tattoo, you need to give them aftercare instructions, or is it saying that there are specific aftercare instructions that the state has now sanctioned that we need to be giving people? Like, I'm just trying to clarify which direction.
Yeah, I think it's just based on manufacturer's instructions, like when it comes to like Sanoderm and such, but.
So this Cameron, I stand corrected too. The state instructions were on piercing aftercare, and that was when we changed the piercing laws. We started having to proctor everybody going through the tests. We were not going to dictate piercing aftercare instructions until we saw how dismal some of them were that were coming through. We actually made a joke about it while we were proctoring and had some real funny examples. Like, as long as we gave aftercare instructions, we got our points. So we made a laugh of it. And the state decided to create some aftercare instructions. We did not ever decide to do that for tattooing, and we could, but it would also be an example now of something that's kind of expired, if you will, with all of our second skin that we're using. So we would have developed aftercare, and I'll admit, even my aftercare instructions that were written, that we are required to provide to them, you almost don't need to provide it to them if they're going to keep that second skin bandage on for 5 days. They're not even going to get into it, but it's something we could do.
To Cameron's point, I agree it's something we should do, but I think we should be careful about being prescriptive and assuming if they're using things like second skin, which I personally love because of reactions and whatnot that people have. And there are some people that don't want to use that kind of methodology, not that I agree. But I think there needs to be some kind of standard, in particular when we were talking earlier about them doing tattoos and coming back for a check and then another check in 2 weeks. And it was like, or if it was mature skin, it should be 8 weeks. There needs to be some kind of standard about, like that, don't go out in the sun, don't get in water. Even if it's just those general kind of things, we need to have that standard out there because it gets back to that safety, because a lot of people just don't know. And I have seen people walk away at shows in particular without any instruction, or coming up and they're bleeding in front of my booth going, what do? I just got tattooed, not covered or anything. So there you go. Just something, please.
Pam?
Sorry, did you say Cam? I agree. I agree on that. Maybe we should come up with a basic set of aftercare, or require that it's provided. I don't know. What does everybody else think?
Olivia Britz, I think that we can kind of treat it like the whatever we touched on earlier, where it's like there's not a specific thing that the state is telling you to do, but you know your best practices, and you can talk about what other people do, other methods of aftercare within your course.
And do we want to, yeah, I guess, never mind.
So it's open.
Well, right here, I was gonna say, I mean, I've done about 20 shows a year across the country for the past, I think, 9 years, right? And so every state that I've been at, every health department that I've actually talked to and everything, everyone tells me, if you're done with a procedure, you know, you gotta do a bandage or a second skin or, you know, something written. Every state has been different, but for Oregon doesn't have one, I think we should have one.
Well, this is Cameron again, sorry. We do, in that you're required to give them written and verbal aftercare. And like we're saying, some people aren't doing it. I think in the school, for the schooling purposes of this, it should definitely be elaborated on all the options, the old school ways of healing, all the way through second skin, through skin allergies, like you mentioned. So it's in here. It's just in here only as you're required to address aftercare with written and verbal. Do we want to break it down and say what it is, spell out more what it is?
Well, under
And
section,
this wouldn't be the section to do it, because we're in the subsection about Oregon laws.
Yeah.
So all this is saying you have to tell your students what Oregon's laws are about aftercare. If we want to get into what Oregon laws are about aftercare down the road, that's a different conversation.
Under section 4, client services, there is an area about the procedure, aftercare, touch-ups, all that kind of stuff. So if we want to expand there.
Yeah, that seems like the place to address that.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yep.
Okay, so 2.8.
Again, I want to emphasize, I'm sorry, y'all, because what you just talked about, that's at the procedural level, but getting this is under client services, getting it out to the client, just something. I don't know if you all know about that Texas case where the guy went into the water and, you know, he went swimming the day after his tattoo got infected and he died or whatever, blamed it on the artist. And we know that's not the fault when they're told. So if it says there what those basics are, I can't emphasize enough the basics about aftercare, please, from a safety point.
This is Cameron again. I think to their point, we are going to address it maybe further. We should develop it, but for client services, for client records, we're just specifically mentioning that you have to give them written and verbal aftercare. Correct?
Yes.
That's what I was trying to clarify.
Okay, section 2.9, standards and prohibitions. So anything under the practice section that needs to be tweaked? Nothing? Okay, under just the general.
I think knowing that this, sorry, Kat Pipkin, I think knowing that this is under laws and rules to just discuss this, like,
Yeah.
it's pretty spot on.
Okay.
Yeah, Dan Gilsdorf, I think most of these, like section 2 generally, all seems pretty straightforward, because it's just an assurance that the schools point the students in the direction of the Oregon laws and clarify what those are and what they mean.
And also giving them, sorry, Kat Pipkin again, giving them the understanding of that they do change from time to time.
Right. Yeah. Okay, and then do we want to still leave it at 20?
Tom Muller, I've never seen a student be able to actually retain all this in 20 hours. It's not, and be able to take the test.
Yeah, it is a lot.
It's a lot of information, it's a lot of review, it's a lot of personal study, which I know is separate than what we're actually teaching, but I've not seen them be able to do it in 20 hours in 7 years. I've never seen anybody be able to do 20 hours of study on it and actually pass the test. It's generally closer to about 40 hours that we put in just reviewing it and going over it. There's so much minutia in the laws and rules, and a lot of it's repetitious, but it's a big body of information when you go through it.
It's also written in like legal terms.
Right.
Which we're all artists,
Yeah.
let's be real.
A lot of written, not understanding.
We all do have a high school diploma.
Okay, so potentially making it 40?
I would agree.
40 is good. 40 is cool.
40,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, now let's go on to, I believe, section 3. So, safety and infection control. So I will say, I don't know about your guys' firsthand experience, but I will say from a regulatory standpoint, we don't get that many complaints regarding safety and infection issues for tattoo artists, so.
It's mostly licensure issues.
Yeah, that's not to say that they aren't happening, but as far as someone actually filing a complaint with our office, it's not super common.
Interesting. Like complaints from the general public about like, I went in the shop and it was gross.
Right.
Like that's.
Yeah. Okay. Or other artists that are saying, hey, I work with this person and they're doing these things, or went to another shop and they're not abiding by these rules, so.
Just everybody we're trying to get fired.
Okay, so under 3.1, standard or universal precautions.
Captain, clarification on eyewear,
Okay.
just from a statute perspective.
This is Cameron. I'm actually looking that up right now. It's one of my least favorite laws on there because it's not
Not clear, it's very gray.
It's not policeable and it's very gray. I wanted to get rid of it when I was on the board. If somebody could help me find it, I'm searching for it. I haven't found it yet, but the way it's written is more or less, eye protection is required when splattering is possible.
Which is
I could basically accidentally spit in your face while I'm talking to you. Does that mean we should all be wearing glasses while we're talking to one another? And how is an inspector supposed to decide or police that and decide that, oh, in this case, with this tattoo you're doing, splattering is possible? I mean, we could say that if you're under somebody's arm or something, but this one has always bothered me. I would love everybody's opinion on it and what we can do about it.
Obviously,
I wear now anyway because I'm getting that old, but
I'm with you on that one. I have to have mine, otherwise I can't.
So is there any language that we could add that might make it more clear what the intention is, or?
Go ahead. Do you think maybe listing it as a possible addition to PPE? Under more universal precautions under protection? As here's an extra layer of PPE?
I would agree with that, but I think it's just something that I get questioned on almost every day.
This is Cameron again. There's another one that we should address at the same time. I actually am friends with the fellow who wrote these laws. I never liked him, but they'll remain nameless. The other one has to do with wind. If we could find that one too, about too much moving wind in an area, like if someone had a fan blowing. And it's like, how do you police that? Can you not have, a box fan, but you can have an overhead fan? Or if you're too close to a vent? They were just very arbitrary. And of course, inspectors aren't penalizing anybody for these things, but why are they even in there? Those are the two.
I'm not familiar with that one. I don't think so.
Dan Gilsdorf here. Cameron, are you talking about in the laws and rules, or are we talking about that in terms of the curriculum guidelines?
Oh, thank you. You're right about the box fan and that it's in laws and rules, not particularly in the curriculum. But eyewear made it.
Eyewear is here, yeah. I mean, if it's in the laws and rules, it's got to be in the curriculum. So So if there is something about eyewear in laws and rules, then we want to keep it in the curriculum.
Well, the air movement is in laws and rules, but it's not in the curriculum.
Okay, well then you got to put that in.
But
Would that fall under section 3.1 here, standard universal precautions, or would that be more like facility cleaning standards or general sanitation? I don't know.
I don't think we should add it anyways. I don't think it should have been in laws and rules to begin with. I kind of don't think eyewear should have been in there personally, but again, that's just my personal opinion. I'm also, as some of you know, I'm a clean freak when it comes to all this stuff. I don't think we should be requiring it. Well, let's put it this way. It shouldn't be arbitrary. We should either be requiring people wear eye protection when they're tattooing or not. There shouldn't be an arbitrary rule that if splattering is possible.
No.
That's hard to define. Yeah, that's hard to define.
Can we just remove it?
Yeah, I'll verify that if it's not in statute or if it's not a mandatory thing, then we can take it out.
It's in the laws.
It is in the
Eyewear
laws.
is in the laws. It's, what, 3 under general standards for tattooing. Licensee must wear eye goggles, shields, or mask if spattering is possible while providing service.
Thank you, you found it.
So that's, sorry, Sean Lennox. So that's a law. We can't change the laws. We can only talk about what can be taught at the schools about the laws. So if it's in the law, you got to teach it.
This Cameron, and that's why it made it in here. I don't think it should be in the laws at all.
Yeah. Well, that's a different hill to die on.
So do you just want to put under eyewear requirements like personal protective equipment or some?
I think it should just be
I'm fine
included
with the way it is, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, next section, 3.2.
Yes.
I didn't see anything problematic there.
Moving on, section 3.3.
Rebecca, I think this is all you.
This is where you wanted to.
Oh, yeah, this is me. So, I have like the CDC definition for high-level disinfection. It's defined as complete elimination of all microorganisms in or on an instrument, except for a small number of bacterial spores. It goes on to say that low-level disinfectants can kill most vegetative bacteria and fungi, and that could be as low as like Lysol disinfectant. I just think it should be changed to what their standard is, as opposed to just being tuberculocidal.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just changing the language there to say high-level disinfectant, maybe parenthetically, per CDC definition or something like that.
This is Cameron. I can tell you all why that's in there real easy. That was so inspectors could look and find it. When we were proctoring piercers, and they would bring in their high-level disinfectant, a quick and easy way for us to look and make sure it qualified was to make sure that it was tuberculocidal. If it doesn't say that on there, it likely isn't. And that's the same for an inspector looking for our purple top stuff or any of our high-level disinfectant in the studio. If it says tuberculocidal on it, it is high-level disinfectant. That was how that got labeled.
But I think, Dan Gilsdorf, I think for the purposes of the curriculum, it does make sense to specify it's not practicable for the inspectors to use that as a guideline, but for the purposes of
Agreed.
curriculum, I think that makes sense to have that in there. Okay.
Excuse me, Derek. This is Ann. Hi, everyone. My name is Ann Thompson. For the record, I'm the analyst for the board. To an earlier point, I was looking up about the eye protection, if splattering is possible. I heard somebody say it was in the laws. It's not a statute. It is a rule. And a rule is something that can be changed by the board. So if that eye protection issue, and I saw it in earlobe piercing and regular piercing, as well as tattoo. If that's something you want to have changed, Derek, if you just make a note, that's certainly something we can look into.
Thank you.
Thanks for the interruption.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, this, Cameron, we did try to address that on the board, so that would be great if it made it back in front of the board. That one and the air movement, and there's one that'll probably be coming up. That's great.
Go ahead, Erin.
This is Erin. I would just say the one procedure that I've always consistently seen splatter happen is in lip tattooing. It's a pretty messy procedure. And so I always wore goggles when we did that.
Back under section 3.4, sterilization. No suggested changes? All right, next section 3.5, sharps. Good, Megan?
Yep.
Okay. 3.6.
Sean, so looking at like 363, right? Implements and tools prepackaged and autoclave. That's fine. Is this the section where you should be teaching someone about like expiration dates? Like, is that a thing?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if there needs to be a note about that or not.
It's in here.
It's under inks, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
3612.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We just added I think that would be a good plan, changing 3612 labeling and expiration dates potentially.
Dan Gilsdorf, because that's under the OSHA administration rules about labeling, that would be a different set of rules about labeling. So we might need to put that under 363, implements and tools, because that relates to Oregon laws specifically that are separate from OSHA.
So under 363, the implements and tools, that's where we want to add.
Yeah, I think that's the right spot for that.
Is that the right section? Because we are under storage.
Well, yeah, because you're storing your tools, how they're stored, when you're
Making sure it's not stored.
exactly.
Should there just be an entire section that's just about inks in general?
There is storage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's
storage
inks, this
specifically.
is autoclaved.
So that's a good point, Dan Gilsdorf, that's a good point. Because this implies 363 implements and tools in subcategories prepackaged and autoclaved. Neither of those particularly
Pertain to inks.
pertain to inks.
Yeah.
So maybe there should be 364 inks and other perishable materials or something like that. There should be a
Would agree with that.
section in there for that.
Could be other perishables, or should we consumables maybe? No, because everything's consumable.
Yeah, because
whether it's
meals are
perishable or not.
kind of consumables too.
Yeah.
But perishable is not really the right word. I mean, the other places here, they use inks, dyes, and
Pigments.
inks, dyes, and pigments. So just maybe 364 could say inks, dyes, and pigments, and then 364.1 expiration, like storage expiration dates. I guess all under storage, just expiration dates. We might want to add expiration dates to implements and tools also. Since
Tom Muller, under the sterilization part, we have the log test, the integrator strips, and the spore test. And all of those kind of fall in there with having dates that expire.
or dates that were needed for storage.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the expiration date issue will be one of those things that comes up in multiple sections.
Exactly.
Yes.
Because some of us don't have, or Olivia brings me, so for those of us who don't have clean rooms and everything is single use. You know, like having that in the curriculum of like, you know, maybe you're not gonna see a sport test. They still need to know how they work or how to see what your package looks like and how it's sterilized.
Correct.
Okay, so does that look good to people having expiration dates through 363 and then a new 364?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, moving on, 3.7, client protection.
So Dan Gilsdorf, one idea I had here was a section for skin assessment, both in terms of safety concerns, but also just strategies for achieving that desirable income, or I mean, desirable outcome. Okay. Desirable income also. Is
They do go hand in
not
hand.
under the remit of this panel. Just because I feel like special attention to pre-assessing skin condition and various variables that you're gonna have to run into before you start tattooing might be a good spot. This might be a good place to put some of that language.
So maybe the new 3.7.2, make that skin preparation, or what do you say, skin assessment?
Yeah.
Or you want to put that in a different spot?
And then maybe.
Yeah, because you're gonna assess it.
And then change all.
Shave it.
Yeah.
Sean Lanews, I almost wonder, Dan, though, if that's under procedure like 4.4, because then it repeats everything like skin prep, stencil application. So like that's the actual like act of doing the whole thing, and this client protection is more about like barriers, cleaning the skin, you know, like that type of stuff.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. So maybe under maybe we table that for now and deal with it when we get to section 4.
Okay.
That's smart. That's good.
I do have a question about that, which that might go under procedure, but now that we're in the age of numbing creams, like where, like if it's client protection, right? Like is this where you're informing them of these things, or you're having to deal with it? Like I don't have any experience with them, so somebody who does could possibly get in on that.
I think this is a good section for it, just purely based on, from the medical side of it, if it's utilized too much and someone has a heart condition, it can make it to your heart muscle and essentially cause cardiac arrest. So to be able to discuss that and speak to the dangers of it, I think it would absolutely go into the section.
So do you think maybe like another subsection under the procedure?
Like to risks. Yes.
Yeah, because I don't want to tell people what they can and cannot use or should not use, but at least have a part that like, hey, this is a thing that happens. We'll just talk about it in this section.
That it's accessible to you, but also there are dangers to it.
Yeah.
It's the same as any other medication.
And the same on with tattooers, where it's like, yes, you can use this, but also here's the outcomes of some of these things. You know, like this is.
Also, this is unrelated to the curriculum, but for all of us, having it on your release form, if they do use it to take away that liability from you, comes into play as well.
Exactly.
Olivia Brinsweet, is this also like because of, you know, if we're talking about like reactions to things, is this a good time like under like possibly adding like a risk category, like possible allergens, like with inks, tapes, second skin, things like that? Just to be aware that there are allergens that exist in these things to inform your clients that
So maybe make risk its own section or like its own subcategory, and then under that put like allergic reactions and.
Yeah, like comorbidities with lighting, things like that.
Because like, you know, you can still buy micropore tape, even though a lot of people are allergic to it, but it's nice to ask your client or to know if they have that. Or to be aware that that can happen if someone has a problem. Pamela?
Yeah, this is where we're talking about client protection. It's almost like anesthetics should be a category of its own. And same thing, I agree with the second skin. It's like I mean, we have separate, not everybody can use it. And so the questions need to be asked, it needs to be, and students need to be informed because we've got quite a few clients that cannot use any of the second skin products. Just any kind of, they're the same with adhesives. That needs to be asked. It's right there with latex, needs to be asked because it's still out there and people are still using it. But this is also where there needs to be a category for teaching on anesthetics because there are tons of contraindications. There are tons of side effects and reactions. There's liability, but there's a big one. It's called dosage guidelines. And I guarantee you that these products that people are using out there were not intended to wrap an entire limb.
Yeah, absolutely not.
And then the minute we touch them, then we're involved, we're implicated. So it's like the client comes in and they're all wrapped up at EMLA that they ordered from over the border. I'm going to tell my students, no, we're not working on them. Because the minute we touch them, we are in it now, regardless of what paperwork says. Because it's not recommended and it's not within dosage guidelines. Yet it's out of our control. So I think it should be a separate category myself.
Dan Gilsdorf here. You're proposing it's in a separate category outside of risks?
Yeah, it actually, at this point in time, I think it needs to be a whole category, just like first aid that we're teaching. It needs to be a category in itself. There's so much information there.
Okay.
I don't know. I defer to Aaron or somebody that we use them a lot on this side of the table. In tattooing, it's coming over whether we like it or not. So it needs to be addressed, is my opinion, but.
I agree. And do you have an idea of what would be a good section for that to go in, if not risks?
I'd give it a category. It could be in client protection or it could be in procedural, either one. I would just put it under anesthetics and I just label it as such.
Risks.
And then doesn't it get addressed again under contraindications?
Addressed again.
I don't think anesthetics, there's anything on it in any of those. So again, I think anesthetics just ought to be a category of its own.
So
it could be added.
I think for the purpose of this section, 3.7 client protection, it might make sense to have 3.7.5 risks and then have 3 subcategories under risks: allergic reactions, anesthetic reactions / risks, or maybe / contraindications or something, like some sort of language to indicate that it's more than just reactions. It's also like established known side effects. Side effects maybe be a good thing. And then the last one would be maybe a miscellaneous category for other reactions, because I know a lot of the second skin reactions that we see aren't specifically allergic reactions. They're dermatitis.
Oh, yeah.
Set on by the adhesive of sort of an indeterminate type. So it might be good to have a miscellaneous skin reactions category under risks.
So what would be the difference between a miscellaneous and then the allergic reaction section?
Allergic reaction activates your histamine system, whereas dermatitis reaction is just like irritation of your skin. Okay. It's not necessarily related to like a specific allergy that has a source and a cause.
Well, mimicking your immune system, essentially. It's not like triggering your immune system the same way. It's just a skin irritation, right?
Yes, science is a little bit over my head, but yeah, I do think that there's like a sort of categorical difference between allergic reactions and other kinds of reactions that people can have to tattooing itself and also the various products involved.
Jesse, Preston, then how do we define these risks? Are we gonna? are we gonna develop this curriculum, or like, are we responsible for that, or we're just saying that the school is responsible to?
We're saying the school is responsible
Okay.
to come up with
Alright.
some language around this
Okay.
and notify the students.
I think
that
this is
exists.
hugely important, and it's a thing that happens pretty regularly that you see in the shop, but I don't know that there's like some sort of like very overarching information that you can point to, like that's published.
We've been compiling information.
You have?
I'll happily share.
Oh, cool, that's awesome, like I think that's super valuable.
So maybe making it additional skin concerns or additional.
Skin reactions, skin.
Yeah, it's like things that we know that we can communicate to our client, but actually having like something written down that we can pass on. Yeah. Cool.
All right, and then first aid.
Dan Gilsdorf, this is possibly an idea that people might be interested in, but I've had a couple of instances of seizure we might want to address here, and also mental health crisis.
Yes.
I don't know if this is really the best place to address that, but I do think that if I was a young student tattooer coming out, it would be nice to have been made familiar with some of the protocols for both seizures and for mental health crises.
Yes.
And I think, to me, it seems like first aid is as good a place as any for that to.
Yep. Yeah, and being that it's taught in first aid when we take like bloodborne pathogens and CPR and all that, I would say that that's a good section for it.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Sean, there's within first aid too, like all of this is after the fact, like something has happened, now we're dealing with it. Would it be worthwhile to have, just a section that's preventative? Where it's like, we all know the situations that will put your client into stress that will then cause them to pass out or whatever. Like, is it worth talking about with the students to be like, hey, maybe don't have the music so loud. You should be laying people down more. Like, check with your clients to see if they've eaten, like to have like a preventative section to avoid these things.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rebecca, Mariah, isn't that under like client services and stuff like that, where we're talking about like preparing them for their appointment? Isn't that like some before care information?
That could be the consultation.
I should ask one question. Like a pre-care.
Tom Muller, maybe under client interactions where we have etiquette and ethics, we could also put risk, preemptive risk. I don't know how to word it, but something where we're talking about
risk notification.
Risk
communication. Like an awareness or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, risk awareness.
That could also be your checking for like the skin for.
Yeah, that would fall under that too, probably. That's good.
So what section are you thinking about putting that in?
4.1.
Yeah, 4.1.3.
This is Tricia, you don't think we should go under the consultation section?
If it's under etiquette and ethics, might as well just go into that part since it's more of a personal thing there, wouldn't it be? Because I mean, it's just people talking to people at that point. It's just like, hey, you're about to get ready for this tattoo, so this is what I would do. My recommendations towards you would be this, that, and the third, So I mean, adding it up to the etiquette, that just goes under personal.
Yeah, exactly. Dan Gilsdorf. And I also think, in agreement with that, the client consultation is a sort of fixed boundary event that you start, you do it, and you end. Whereas if it's under client interaction, it's more of a general sort of awareness of some of these factors during the whole time you're interacting.
Yeah.
Erin has their hand up.
Go ahead, Erin.
Oh, well, I was just thinking, I was thinking that it would go under consultation as like pre-care or something. We could address all of those. But you guys are on the right track. I think you're doing good.
Rebecca?
Hey, this is Rebecca Flom. I just wanted to say there's kind of two different preventative things we can think about. There's the communication to the client and what they should be prepared for, but also we should educate artists on kind of, things to look out for when someone's getting lightheaded, things that they could have around to, somebody said like keep them lying down more, things like that. So that would be more education for the artist, not for the client.
Yeah, and I think that, Dan Gilstarts, I think that this risk awareness category, subcategory that we're adding under client interaction might sort of cover that in a way.
This is Cameron, and this is why some of these, obviously, you've already said that, we've said it a few times, but can pop up 2 or 3 times in this, like.
Okay, ready, we'll go on to 4.2. Anybody have any concerns with current requirements? Okay, hearing none, I'll move on to 4.3, client records.
Tom Muller, we should add 4.3.1.2, how long we need to keep the release forms. Okay. We're talking about proper identification and minor contingencies, but we're not talking about the actual length that they need to be stored by us. So record retention. Record retention, thank you.
And then 4.4, procedure.
Okay. I actually had a comment on that. We might want to cover things like digital record keeping, since now there's a lot of apps offering like digital record keeping for artists, and they can even keep, identification of copies and things like that. So we might want to have an additional thing to cover that.
Okay. So like record retention, digital versus paper, or.
Captain, with client history forms, and this is a question, a lot of medications directly interfere with tattooing, like Accutane for like how it works with skin and stuff. Like, is that something that we can ask, or does that violate HIPAA by us asking specifically what medications?
Knowing, should we be taught what to look for?
That, like, we should know what those contraindications of medications are directly related to tattooing.
Okay. I'll put a note, and then that's something I can look into a little bit more regarding.
Okay. Because I ask, and most clients are like, yeah, sure. But I have had somebody say, well, that violates HIPAA. And I'm like, you're right.
Dan Gilsdorf, I think that there's a context question. I'm not sure that HIPAA applies.
Exactly.
So I think that's strictly related to specifically medical, the medical world. So it might violate a privacy rule somewhere, but I don't think it would be.
Okay. We're just curious. I was just like, okay, well, hopefully there's not a reaction. I didn't say it like that, but.
Okay, so I think let's do section 4.4, and then if anyone wants to take a break after that. Sound good? Okay. Almost done with this one.
I think, Sean, I think this is where you would have like the skin check and,
Yes.
Not what did I write down? There was that whole like melanoma monitoring course and like that type of thing, which I'm not saying that you have to be required to take that. It'd be nice, but that's where that information would be. It's like while you're looking, going over the whole thing.
Olivia Ridley, I think that's so important, because like that's the point where like if the person is like, I want the tattoo here, then they lift their shirt up and they have a sunburn or they have something, that's when you're gonna have to pivot, because you shouldn't do that. So I think under the skin assessment, and to Sean's point about the skin cancer thing, I do think that in my experience, having actually caught skin cancer on one of my tattooers because I took that melanoma course, I think that I personally think that it should be required in schools because we can save people's lives. We see skin all the time, and it's also easy.
Yeah.
It's quick and easy, and it works.
You're taking away our continuing education opportunity. I can get like half an hour for that.
This is Cameron. This is Cameron, but remember too, you're not allowed to diagnose anything. So just advise them to see your doctor.
Right. Yes. So under 4.4.1, do we want to add that skin assessment or make it its own?
I think skin assessment
Under preparation.
under preparation as
Yeah.
4411.
Yes.
Then moving everything down. And then there could be under skin assessment, you could say like skin cancer, overview or something, or skin cancer signs or something like that.
Kat Pipkin, one of the things that I think our students really enjoy a lot is that we actually do a skin assessment of the student's skin. So we ask them and do a role play situation where, hey, you're getting a tattoo on your back or you're getting a tattoo of this. And I've had students actually ask me, this might sound weird, but can you check more of my body?
Nico?
Oh, hi. I'm sorry, I had to step away for a second, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating anybody that says this, but is there a potential that maybe learning what the Fitzpatrick scale is under this might be beneficial, and also like cancer skins and signs, like how it looks on different skin tones and things like that might be beneficial as well?
You think adding that Fitzpatrick scale is valuable?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe do we want to make that the first bullet under skin assessment, or?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, like take into account like where they lie on the Fitzpatrick scale, and then as we're assessing their skin, then we need to know, okay, based on their skin tone, what am I looking for?
Okay. I'll renumber everything later. Anything else under 4.4? Well,
Olivia Britzweed, under 446 aftercare, is this where you would give instructions on like standard bandaging and second skin? And knowing the difference between those two, is that where you would? Because under 4452, it says skin covering with an absorbent layer over a tattoo or impermeable commercial bandage. Is that second skin? Is that what that is? Okay, cool, so it's already there.
Provision tacked on to account for that.
Great.
I don't see, and I just flipped through the rest of it. Like this is all dealing with clients and dealing with client services. I guess tattoo school folk, are you guys teaching tattooers how to take care of their bodies? Are you teaching proper like positioning, setup, lighting, no shrimp back, like just like that type of stuff? Like, because if this is procedural, like that's going to be a major part, like how not to injure yourself on the job.
I think it lands under those discretionary hours, sadly, though. I don't think there's a specific category, but it definitely for us comes into play.
Yeah, I think as, you know, I'm in my mid-40s and I've been doing this for a long time. It would have been nice to learn a bunch of stuff earlier on.
Preventatively.
Yeah.
Tom Muller, and ours in the procedure section, there's a whole setup that's about like how to properly seat yourself, making sure that your client is comfortable and then you are comfortable after them and that the lighting is correct. And we do it in the procedure something, but it's something we added, not that's required. Ergonomics, yeah.
Do we feel it's something that should be added?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It is, this is Erin, it is there under client/artist positioning.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, rename it ergonomic.
Oh, okay, that's probably, yeah.
Yeah, we could rename it, we can add some stuff under it if we feel that it needs to be elaborated or.
No, there's a lot of hours into that.
So it's like clean lines, curvy spines.
Yeah. Cat skin, I think it should be ergonomics.
Okay.
It's gonna
that's just
Maybe
across
we
the
have
board.
subcategories that are like.
Yeah, maybe a
ergonomics,
subcategory.
lighting.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
subcategory
Yeah.
makes
I
sense.
spend Jesse Preston, I spend a lot of time going around my shop and moving people and their clients around to make things easier for them. So I think there's like multiple.
Because there's the two sides of it where it's the client and the artist, right? So like the client is like, are they comfortable? Are they in a position where they can get the best tattoo, right? Like, we're not trying to tattoo people standing up. And then for the artist to be like, okay, is this the best position for you to do the tattoo and to then, like, I don't know if OSHA would apply here, to not injure yourself on the job, repetitive injury type of thing.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to have that be a required part of schooling.
Yeah.
So anything else under that section? Ergonomics, lighting?
That seems good.
Yeah, okay. And down to tattoo application.
Jesse Preston, this might be a good opportunity for like aesthetics to, if they're still under the same umbrella, it's gonna be different for them.
Correct.
Yeah, so Dan Gilsdorf here, if we could hear from some of the cosmetics people, like is there some language we should have in here to be more inclusive of your practices?
I'm not able to move this up and down. I wanted to review it back.
You should have a copy in the meeting materials as well that you can scroll around.
I can give a little insight while you're looking. I think under the tattoo application, it could be broken down into the types of procedures offered. So eyeliner, lip blush or color, and then eyebrows, whether you're doing like microblading or ombre, that kind of thing. Kind of breaking it down into like those different procedures for that.
So under tattoo application have.
Jesse Preston, I wonder if we can split it into two if under that. So it's tattoo application, ornamental, and then 4.4.5 or whatever, tattoo application, aesthetic tattooing or something like that. And then under those have the subcategories.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pamela?
Yeah, I know that each of the schools are probably doing this a little bit different. I have, for my permanent makeup students, I mean, they're not proficient enough. They could be 500 hours with this, which most of them are. And there's advanced techniques are advanced techniques. I don't send them out of the school with advanced techniques. That's all there is to it. They need some time under their belt doing the fundamental work before they're ready to move on. So, this is where continuing ed comes in and ongoing classes. But I do think, and then there's students that don't want to do anything but browse. So that makes it really hard to say, how we're going to do this. Because some students, they don't want to do lips. They don't want to do eyes. It's crazy, but they don't want to do them. So I'm not sure how to work it in. What do you guys do?
They're pretty separate. I have strictly cosmetic students, which isn't very often, and then I have artistic students, and so yeah, that was what I was going to ask, was that can we do permanent makeup or cosmetic tattooing, not aesthetics? And then do we want to say ornamental or do we want to say artistic tattooing, or
I prefer artistic.
I thought it should be under cosmetic myself, but that's what I do. I categorize it as artistic tattooing or body art tattoo and cosmetic. Cosmetic encompasses a whole lot of stuff. We don't give paramedical to our beginning students. But scalp is an emphasis of its own. And so, and it's a monster of its own. And so, but it falls under cosmetic in my opinion.
Go ahead, Tina.
Yeah, and this is Tina. I want to also let everybody know, when you have a course of study, you can add, the schools can add whatever they want to their course of study. They just can't take away from the basic course of study. So you guys that are teaching permanent cosmetics, it still is tattooing. You guys will still teach everything, but you can add to your program for the permanent cosmetics. Just so everybody knows that. You just can't take away any of the normal hours in the basic course of study.
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Tina. This is Cameron. I was going to say the same, and I'm glad it didn't come up here in 444 with dot work, stippling, all the other hatching, all the other techniques. If you want to teach that, or that's what they want to learn, great. And to answer your question about some of the students wanting to learn certain things but not others, I kind of in my case, I sort of make them do a minimum. Like if they only want to do black and gray work, they're still going to do some color theory while they're there. And it's, you know, maybe they don't have to be an A+ student at it, but they don't get to just skip color theory while they're there, you know. But that's for me. Again, this is just a template for everybody to follow. So
right, and you're right, Cameron. They should be teaching, you know, all the basics of what they're going to be going out to do. So always keep that in mind for the permanent makeup. Make sure that they're learning everything that you think that they should learn before they go out there. Just remember, you can't take away, but you can add to. Thank you.
Can I piggyback off of Tina, Kat Pipkin? Being that we're sitting here and both categories land under the same licensing, then we have to cover both categories as a basics.
No, you do not. This is Tina. So you can keep the basic tattoo courses that you have. That's going to teach generally most of your basic tattoo, and then permanent makeup can add whatever they want to this course of study.
Okay, but if their licensing, if the same licensing covers permanent makeup, who's to say someone doesn't go through a program that's body art only, that only does the artistic side, but then gets out there and decides to tattoo someone's eyeliner?
Well, they probably,
and that's what's happening.
Yeah.
So then it would have to be covered under the program, regardless of whether we're teaching cosmetic or artistic. We have to at least cover it because it lands under the same licensing.
And it's huge. And so again, hours, how many hours? It's crazy. It's crazy. So
yeah, what we're developing today is things that we want every licensed tattoo artist to know.
Well, and if they're gonna go out there and they're gonna mess with somebody's eyeliner because they're struggling artistically and you can charge a lot more for eyeliner, then they should at least have some form of basics. I'm not saying they have to do it in school, like tattooing eyeliner, because just the insurance on that's astronomical, but to cover it as like, this is how it's done, so that at least they're doing it safely, that should come into play.
So do you want to add additional subcategories under the cosmetic tattooing section?
I don't necessarily think so, based on further than where we are, but I think that if it's gonna be under the same licensing, it has to be covered.
maybe, is there a way, my students sit side by side in a lot of that in my classes. So for a lot of the theory, because so much of it is so much the same. And so the body artists, what I find is most of them just get their eyes get real big when they realize just how big of an animal permanent makeup is, and they're going to stay away from it, from common sense. Is there a way to just address, maybe add to the curriculum, addressing why it's different and why you need specific training for it and the liability? I mean, Erin, does that even sound like that might be just enough, give them enough information to know that they're not going to go out there and get into hot water?
So, like,
They don't know what, people don't know what they don't know, right? And we have to teach them. So is there a way to add in here just the differences and and a few of the concerns and the liability that goes with it? And then, and that's where we just are referring on to somebody else if that's something they want to learn.
so adding these two things under there, does that get you to where you want to be, or do we need different language?
I think that's a good direction. I think it's a good direction right there, what you started with. Erin, can you?
Yeah, this is Erin. I agree with that. I don't want to have to teach all of my artistic tattooists anything about cosmetic tattooing. That's a huge can of worms.
Is there, Shalanice, is there a way, because I know that this is what's in this has to be taught, right? But is there a way to split it to where there's a track and a focus? Or is that too big to be able to, if you're doing artistic tattooing, at this point, you learn these things. If you're doing cosmetic tattooing, at this point, you're doing these things.
Tom Muller, I think it's too broad.
It has to be just.
Either way. I think it's too big either way because we have the permanent makeup people wanting to dabble and get into the art, and some of them are great artists already and can go that way. But it's like it would be the same for us trying to take the permanent makeup people and give them just enough tattoo experience to get them in trouble, or reverse. It's true on both sides. So I just think maybe at least addressing the differences and the recommendations for, further extensive training, and talking about the liability. Sometimes the liability is enough to make people realize, okay, maybe I better not touch that.
And with some of our cosmetology professions, like for aesthetics, for example, there's a set curriculum, but if there's additional techniques that people want to specialize in, they can go and take those specializing courses after they've been licensed.
Right, and we teach those, but those are advanced and they qualify for continuing hours. But again, we're talking, this is our fundamental training. This is not our 20-year veteran body artist training, and this is not our 20-year veteran cosmetic. They start with the fundamentals, and they've got a ton to learn. They've got to be able to execute the basics before they move on to some of the more advanced things. Winged eyeliners is a huge one. And a lot of these permanent makeup girls, I used to think I taught all of them hair strokes to start. Wow, was that an eye-opener for me? They're not artistic enough to do that. And a lot of people never master that. So we all have our things. It's not everybody's a portrait artist. So there's differences in the cosmetic side, and there's definitely advanced techniques on the cosmetic side. And so I don't think I think it's too big of an animal to open that all up. I just think we need to I think this is a good direction. Just everybody needs to have respect for the differences that fall under our license and promote it as such. Because I don't let anybody come into my school and get, oh yeah, I want to learn this and this and this. I'm like, no, sorry, we don't offer that. You pick your emphasis and you get your license. And then if you want to add tools to your box, then, hopefully you'll find yourself in the right place. We could give you recommendations and it'll help them with their continuing hours. They're learning new techniques and new skills.
And that's something that we can always talk about if we have the second meeting on the 15th. If people want to think about it more, how it would look, what wording we can use, we can always go back to it.
Yeah. I like the differences between just discussing that.
Okay. Yeah. And then any other thing that you want to discuss under 4.4.5 or aftercare?
In my opinion, aftercare is everybody has their own recipe, both in body art and in permanent makeup. And so I don't know if there's stuff that we need to add or not add, because we can't bandage, any facial tattooing.
Olivia Briggs, when we did the Boyd Tattoo Fest last year, the health department did actually give us like their aftercare, basically like their standardized aftercare stuff, and we were required to give it to every person. And it wasn't super specific. It was fairly generalized. There's a lot of products that like I don't want to use, so I'm cautious about putting something in like something too far reaching, because like Pam said, like everybody kind of has their own thing, but I think if it's broad enough, maybe it would encompass, like, it would be like a good place to start if we wanted something that was actually like, you know, like a standard for something like that, so.
Rebecca, I have an idea of just like including things that we all should avoid, like, and what to expect. It's like not being in the sun, not swimming, all those things, like just kind of have things that are standard through everything. And then the discretionary part would be how, or products that you use, things like that.
So what would that look like? Under aftercare instructions, do some subcategories, like things to avoid, things to.
Right.
There's something that's not in here that I feel like should be for aftercare, and one of the things is dispensing. I can't tell you how many artists I'm coming across, both sides of the table, but probably happens more on the permanent makeup side, is instead of paying the price for the aftercare to give to their clients, they are dispensing it in little plastic cups. That is not something we can do.
No.
And so that's something that needs to go in the laws and rules. I don't know how to, but just bringing it up, throwing it out there.
Yes, please. As a manufacturer, yes, please, because everything that I have is sealed.
Yep, and that's exactly right. And that goes on in this industry a lot, just for the sake of money. Buy a big one and put them in the little mustard cups from Amazon. No.
That's illegal. Everything has to be sealed and in manufacturer's container.
Right. And so, but I don't see it. It never comes up in any of the aftercare. I'm not seeing that in any of the aftercare rules and laws. Have I missed that? Where would that be?
We can add it.
Yeah.
So maybe.
I think it needs to be addressed. So I'm just throwing it out there for you guys.
It's interesting because I haven't seen it as much in traditional tattooing people doing that, but I have seen it with the permanent cosmetic people doing their little.
Oh, it gets better. Then they want to start compounding because now they want to put some, they've got their aftercare, and then they want to start adding a little bit of lidocaine so their clients think they're more comfortable. I'm like, oh, hell no. Sorry.
So maybe dispensing materials or.
This is Cameron. That's illegal, and we can find it. I would have to search through the laws to find it or rules to find it. Same when we weren't allowed to make inks anymore. Some of us have been tattooing long enough that we remember being able to make our own inks and or buy a large bottle of ink for the shop and split it into smaller bottles for all the other artists to use a cover-up ink or that sort of thing. For the purpose of inspectors and everything else, everything needs to be in the manufacturer's bottle with an expiration date, and same for everything going out the door. We can find that. We can find that.
Yeah, I'd like to know where that is because I haven't been able to find it pertaining to aftercare. That's why I'm throwing it out.
Okay.
So if you could,
it might not be written specifically to aftercare. We could definitely.
That's what I'm thinking. That's why I'm bringing it up because I'm not sure. And I thought, well, am I just not able to find it or what's going on here? But it's happening quite a bit, and I think it needs to be addressed. Where it needs to go.
And let me ask any of the other piercers and shops that pierce on the board. A lot of shops used to do that with salts. Has that been addressed in piercing? Because that's where the language would be for us here too. And I'm not sure, you might be right for aftercare. It might not be specifically addressed.
Muller, I don't know if it's addressed in the logistics, but most of the studios have moved to prepackaged sprays instead of handing out salt like they used to. They don't even recommend salt soaks anymore. They've all moved to packaged, manufactured products.
Yeah, we sure have.
All right, no one has anything else under section 4. I think it's time to take a break. Let's see here.
Derek, before you break, this is Anne. The issue that was just discussed is in rule. It says all substances must be dispensed in a single-use container and discarded at the end of each procedure to prevent cross-contamination.
Perfect.
But that's not pertaining to aftercare.
That's when going home with a client. That doesn't address that. I know that that's what that says, but I don't feel like that addresses that.
I mean, could you put a caveat saying that it has to be disposed of, the client cannot take it home?
Right.
Well,
and
that would have to
that's
be a
fine.
change in rule.
But if there's aftercare for clients, which we give aftercare, I can't count on a client to go down to wherever and get it. They're going to get whatever their neighbor tells them to get, or they're going to not be able to find it. So they're going to make the guess that whatever else happens to be on the shelf. We have aftercare that goes home with them. And people are dispensing it into cups and sending it home with them. That's what I'm trying to address. It
Yeah.
needs to be they need a fresh one to take home with them.
And this is Cameron, and that's also a separate one involving the stuff we use while doing a procedure. So there's three. There's that one. There's the one that says that all of our products have to be in individual labeled containers with expiration dates. And you're bringing up a good point that anything they're giving to the client to take home for aftercare should also be. And I don't know that specifically is written that way, because again, they used to do it with salts for piercing, and I don't know that the language ever changed, even though we don't do it.
Well, and this is Elaine, and something as simple as single-use container to what Pam was saying about that little mustard cup, that's a single-use container.
But it's
I think Cameron said the sealed part, that's what you need. It's got to be
That's
sealed.
what we need. We need the individual packets, but they're not cheap, and people are trying to get around it because of the cost. And it's like, I'm seeing it from people. I'm shocked. I'm seeing trainers do it. I'm seeing some crazy stuff out there, and that's why I'm throwing it out, because I think it needs to be addressed.
That's a change of rules, right? So
yeah. I don't know how we go about that, but
change of rules.
And this is Tina. I would definitely file complaints if you know somebody's doing it.
Yeah, it's industry wide. It's not just here, but yeah. And I've got students asking, and then I've got, it's like, oh no, people do some crazy things, and I think it does need to be addressed in the rule. If we're addressing it for pigments, how can we not address it for anesthetics, or not? Excuse me, aftercare.
All right, everyone's ready. We'll take a break. Come back at 1 o'clock. Does that work for everybody? Before we go on to section 5, we're talking about the total number of hours under safety and infection control. So I heard someone suggest 50 hours. Anyone want to go with a different number?
I agree with 50.
Make it 50? Okay. And then client services. Currently that is at 20.
I feel like we added this cat 15. I feel like we added quite a bit to that.
I can scroll back down and you can see the changes.
So this is Erin. I don't see where we really added any topics to the safety and infection control, so I don't know why we need to add more hours.
This is Kat. We added the allergic reactions, the risks, contraindications for anesthetics.
I mean, we already talk about that under procedure, so I don't know where like our program would have to add in that specifically. I mean, I don't know.
I think this is just the base though. So if we're adding it for the schools that aren't adding it, I don't know, because like our programs far exceeds the 360 hours, but yet that is just a basic baseline.
So you think we should add how many hours?
10 more. Well, that was for safety and infection control. Yeah.
Because it's already 40 hours.
Yep. Yeah.
Cameron, do you have anything to?
I do. Yeah, this is Cameron. some of that overlaps with skin, and a lot of the test involves skin diseases. And that's where a lot of, I don't know about your students, but my students, and including myself, going way back to me taking the test, spent most of my time with flashcards and note cards for skin diseases. Again, it's a little irrelevant for what we're doing. We talked about this a lot when developing it with Cerinthia, but we have to know this stuff even though we're not allowed to diagnose anything. It's kind of crazy how much we have to memorize just to regurgitate on the test. But point being for this, some of this for reactions and all this stuff could go into skin and up the hours instead of upping it in safety and infection control. Thoughts?
I agree. I think, yeah, some of that stuff could go into skin, but I think skin is where we need to up the hours.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think safety and infection control, we spend most of our time teaching for autoclaving that nobody does. How many people actually use an autoclave? Has anybody got the numbers on that?
We still have one.
Representative sample.
How many people are still running an autoclave, have one in their shop? How many people are not single-use disposable? And then look at the amount of hours that we're teaching it for. Do we need, I mean, it's all, everything is always changing, and I know we all operate differently, so it still is going to just be, but I think we need more time in skin.
Tama Muller, I think that it's important to keep the hours in infection control, because even if you aren't using an autoclave, understanding how the sterilization process works is important. Understanding the theory behind it and what goes into it, so when your prepackaged materials come in that they're properly maintained, is an important facet of it. Even if we have these bulk-ended hours where we're teaching a lot of stuff that we don't use in our day-to-day, I still think it's important for people.
I don't think that we need to decrease the hours by any means.
Right.
Okay.
But I didn't know if we needed to add. And again, it comes back, there's a lot of difference between what we teach and what we test on.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're jumping the cart ahead of the horse, but what we teach and what we test on are two different things.
Right here. Are we leaving safety and infection control at 40 and then increasing skin then by how many more hours?
Well, we haven't gone through skin yet.
We haven't gone through it yet, but that's what I think needs to happen.
This is Tama. The reason we decided to add things was because we had added some stuff in first aid. We had added some stuff in client protections, in skin assessment. Even if we added just another 5 hours to address those 3 things, and we're still going to put more stuff in when we get to skin because there's things that are missing. But we did add enough things that we should add a few more hours to it, even if it's 5.
Yeah, that makes sense. 5, I'd say 5. I don't think it's huge.
Yeah.
So do you want to go with 45 or 50 for safety?
45. I vote.
Yeah. Provided some, Dan Kilström, provided some of that gets made up in skin and some other things that are a little short, I'd be comfortable with that. The safety and infection control is the meat of the matter here. It's the most important thing that
it is
regulated in all this.
Correct.
So I would love to see it weighted more heavily, but I can stomach 5 hours.
And then, total hours for client services. Currently it's at 20.
This is the section I feel like we added sarcastic in a lot.
Yeah, we can go back down.
Section 4.
Okay.
Yes, because we added this stuff about differentiating between cosmetic and artistic,
as well as all the use consents, risk awareness, the Fitzpatrick scale.
Yeah.
Ergonomics. I feel like there's a lot we added in that section too.
So double it. What's the number?
I would recommend at least a 10-hour, Tama Muller, at least a 10-hour addition to that. We did the metrics for, I cannot remember words for today. The way that we're sitting, paying attention to the clients, checking the skin before we start.
What else did we put in there?
Dan Gilsdorf here. Yeah, and the additions, it's a short section, so the additions constitute a pretty high percentage gain in material having to be covered. So if it starts at 20, I mean, yeah, maybe a 50% increase doesn't make sense in that regard. Commensurate with the increase in material that we added about. So make it 30 hours? Make it 30, yeah. And safety and infection control is at 45 now?
Yes.
Everybody online, are you guys okay with changing the client services to a total of 30 hours?
This is Erin. My big concern would be like, how many total hours are we going to add to this thing? I mean, are we just arbitrarily throwing numbers out here and increasing the entire program like by double, or are we going to have an opportunity to vote on where we want it? Because if we're like basically doubling our program hours here, like I'm going to have some concerns.
Olivia Bristol, I thought we were also agreeing to take time off of tattoo machines and needle bars to kind of make up for this. So there would be some
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we just kind of assess at the end once we go through all of the numbers and then be like, maybe adjust and move things from there.
What are your concerns then if we're adding hours? Because if the whole point of this is to make a safer program, where does adding more hours, like what, I guess I just want to understand what your concerns are with that.
I guess for me, it would be, I mean, we can only spend so much time showing them and telling them, and I don't know where the concerns are coming from for, you know, addressing safety and sanitation. It's the first topic that we cover, and we do spend, you know, the specific hours on it, plus we continue to cover it over every single procedure.
We do.
Yeah, so just, you know, throwing numbers out there and taking a program, like my students are here for no less than 10 months. So, you know, adding hours here and there, like, and essentially doubling the program when there's no way for me to double the cost of the program, you know, it's going to be concerning.
Tom Muller, if your students are there for 10 months, there's no way you're only giving them 210 theory hours. You're obviously
here 40 hours. Yeah, no, they're not here 40 hours a week or anything. But
you're already far surpassing the hours that are required for this. A lot of this doesn't have to be sit down and I'm feeding it to you piece by piece. Continuing to teach them as you move through the program is part of that, but upping the hours helps us evaluate some of the studios or schools that aren't putting enough time into these areas.
And Dan Gilsdorf here. From the sound of things, of just to use your number, a doubling of the hours wouldn't really have an effect on your program. It sounds like you're already doing that effectively. I would like to see more of the schools getting up to the standard that you're already illustrating. Yeah.
I mean, if they're not complying already, then I don't see how that's going to change anything. But
the compliance is a separate issue. You know, right now we can control what they're supposed to comply to, and with some luck and
this
we can control how the enforcement happens.
But the thing is, HECC has us, when we signed up and we built our program, we had to tell them how many hours our program was going to be. If we want to increase the hours, we are supposed to go through them. We have to submit a bunch of stuff, and we have to get HECC's approval before we can do that. We can't just say, oh, we're a 500-hour program. I've already upped mine twice since I started because I need more time, but I have to go through HECC to do it. And so you have to realize sometimes we're trapped between HLO and HECC. So there is a protocol to follow there for schools. Now, some students just take more hours. They're with us longer than others. There's some people fast track, get through sooner, but it's just because they're putting more hours in faster. It's not that some of them really are taking for freaking ever and have lots and lots of hours, but we get stuck between what we sign up for with HECC and then what we have to do. So like for Erin and I, when we're talking permanent makeup example, every procedure takes longer and anybody else teaching permanent makeup, it takes longer in a lot of cases. But we're also, a lot of the schools are booking over a year out. So if this goes into, depending upon when this goes into effect, we need to know if we're going to tack more hours onto the curriculum regardless, because it still is going to affect the trickle down and what we have to do through HECC every time we renew. So, I mean, that's how I see it. I just want to know far enough in advance how I'm going to adjust this and when I'm going to adjust it, because we are booking so far out for enrollments.
Well, just a quick note, any of these changes that the board votes on, there's going to be a period that's going to allow people to adjust to that. It's not going to be board voted on, the next day becomes effective, everyone has to comply. There will be a rollout period where we'll make everybody aware, and depending on what you guys feedback-wise give and what the board gives, that will help us determine how long of a time do we need to roll these new changes out.
This is Cameron. If anybody here agrees that schools need to be better policed and not be pumping out students that are not adequate and should not be out there, it's me, for sure. I do not necessarily think that upping these hours is going to address that. We've already said that. We've got a separate problem. We've got a regulatory problem. Schools are not abiding by these hours anyways. We've also addressed that if we come down with, say, needles, machines, some other things in here, it might help balance this out. I am in agreement kind of with Aaron though, like how many hours do you think is adequate? How much do some of you think you want to see this whole thing come up in general? The other thing in everything that was just said that is true and I agree with, this is before they can pick up a tattoo machine. So we do not stop teaching any of this while they're tattooing. This is getting run into them and run into them and run into them. And then as far as the hours, I 100% agree with Aaron too. These students aren't with us all day, every day. So they are getting, and a procedure isn't just 3 hours. You know, there's more time in that for them, like getting this thing ready, preparation, all that. I don't know how high, I'm curious how high some of you think these hours should be.
Trustee Preston, I feel like they should be at least comparative to the other industries that exist in this state, right? Like they're sort of double and triple the amount of hours for haircutting and doing nails. And just because the bar is low in other areas of the HECC or the HLO doesn't mean that we should just succumb and say, okay, well, we're not going to raise the bar here. I think the goal for many of us is to raise the bar here and then raise the bar in those other areas. Because while some schools are doing a good job of making sure that people are educated, I want to tell you the majority of people that I work with that come from schools do not know anything. It's embarrassing, but like what I see. And most of it comes down to like not wearing gloves when they should be, not knowing how to handle trash, like the bare minimum stuff. So it's like, I think that like it's sort of the minority, at least, the people that are coming out of the schools that are represented here. Obviously you guys care, that's why you're here. A lot of people that I'm interacting with though, they're going to schools and they're not getting educated. Some of them got licensed during COVID without ever going to school. So there's crazy stuff that's going on. I think it's our job to kind of like push for more oversight where we can.
Matt?
Matt, did you have a question?
No, my stupid thing does the automated whenever my hands are up. Sorry.
So this is Erin again. I would just, I don't know how many of you were around when what happened to piercing went into effect, but they essentially, went from very little regulation to having such a huge number of procedures and rules that that not one single piercing school opened up after they put that into effect. And so, I don't think that what the barbering schools are doing or the cosmetic schools has any bearing on what we're doing here. We've been doing this since 2009. We have an amazing track record. And, if there's an issue with schools that aren't doing what they're supposed to do, that's a separate issue. The amount of hours that we have, I feel like, is really adequate, and I don't want to see tattoo schools go the way piercing. Piercing had a lot of potential, and I'm sure all of you know how hard it is to become a piercer now. Like, you really have to know somebody, and talk them into letting you pierce. I mean, there's no piercing schools because of what they did, and I just don't want to see that happen to us.
Agreed.
Nico?
To kind of follow on the heels of what Aaron said, I do think that we have like a good amount of hours. Like, sure, we could maybe add a little bit more, or take a little bit more here and there. But I think more than anything, what I'm hearing across the board is the concern for the hours is really in the practicality of what we're doing. Because, I mean, we all learn in different ways. I don't know about you guys, but you could theorize this stuff to me till the cows come home. But if I'm not practicing, if I'm not doing it, it's in one ear, out the other. So I think the real nitty gritty of it is, I think we all want to narrow in and hone in on the practical hours of anything.
And one thing that we can continue to do is keep doing what we're doing, and then once we're all through 10, 11 categories, we can add up the number then, and if it's like 400 or 500 and anyone feels that it's way too much, then we can go back and make some tweaks there. But okay, if everyone's ready, let's go on to section 5. So we're good 30 hours for client services, right? For right now?
Mm-hmm. For now, sure.
Section 5. So under 5.1, anatomy and physiology. Anything under 5.1.1?
Comma Muller, is this where we should add something about melanated skin? Should that be 5.3? Have that in there, various skin types. I guess that is.
Yeah, and Dan Gilsdorf in 5116, skin pigmentation. I think it's covered pretty well.
Olivia Bertweet, there's also 535, skin pigmentation with ink/tone reactions. I don't know if that's the best place to have any education about melanated skin and regarding color theory or anything.
Various skin types.
Yeah, it seems like that language covers it pretty well.
Yeah.
Dan Gilsdorf, I mean, maybe I'm jumping a little further ahead, but pretty much all of section 5 looks pretty solid to me.
Anybody online have any comments about section 5? Okay. So what about the total number of hours? Currently that's at 20.
Again, I would argue that's one that could go up. But, it takes people a long time to absorb all that, memorize all that, especially for the test.
So what are we thinking? 30 hours?
Yeah. Pamela, Cameron, what do you think about that?
I'm with Cameron. This Pam, sorry. I'm with Cameron on that. It takes, when we're teaching permanent makeup students, it's nice because a lot of them are coming from aesthetic schools, so they already have disorders and diseases. They've already got anatomy of the skin, and they just breeze through it. But the average student that's coming in, been installing gutters or building fences is learning tattooing. They are really having a hard time wrapping around that. And I'm teaching Latin basics to try to even get them through a lot of this stuff. So I feel like that's where we need more hours, especially since we added in all the stratum layers. And we went deeper into the anatomy of the skin. I think that's where I put skin pigmentation, because they learn the full Fitzpatrick, the same as we do in aesthetics. But I think skin, we could use a good 10, if not more hours on skin. That's our canvas. Makes sense to me. We need that. And I feel like disorders and diseases, the disorders and diseases that are on there now, I have to teach a whole nother set. If I'm teaching scalp, I have to teach a whole nother set if I'm teaching facial tattooing. So it's even more there. So I'm in favor of upping it almost twice, but maybe that's pushing it.
Yeah,
You
I
can
would
go
agree.
with 40?
Yes,
That's
I
good.
would.
Yeah.
All right. Right along. Section 6. Short, so 6.1.
Dan Gilsdorf here. I think the problem that we have with the tattoo machine section is not the categorization of it and the breakdown of what's to teach, but just how long it might take. I would argue that it's a good idea for people to have a general knowledge of how coil machines work, even if they don't ever use them. But you can get this in an afternoon. You don't need hours and hours to get the rundown of how that thing works. So this is a place where I see a big decrease in hours.
Okay, so currently it's at 20.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the way it's laid out. I think this, unless we want to get into cosmetic tattoo machines, which I know are different, we might want to add something in there so that, because I personally would love to be more familiar with that, how those work, even though I'm not going to use them.
We're running straight machines. I don't do permanent makeup machines. I mean, sometimes we buy their tattoo machines, running all the rotaries that we run now, pen style machines, whatnot. I think all of this is important. I know this is a testing thing, so Cameron knows more about this than I do, but I think that there's some things about tattoo history we need to keep in our curriculum, but I don't think we should spend as much time testing on it. I don't think it's right to test people on machines that they're not going to ever use. And the modern tattoo artist is going straight into rotaries. Very few people are going to mess with the old school liners, old school coil machines. And yet we have to spend so much time teaching it. I think we should decrease the amount of time we teach it. We should add a little bit back maybe on the other side, but I don't know, does anybody else use specific permanent makeup pens or permanent makeup machines?
Yeah, that's my question. I'm not sure the difference.
Yeah.
Permanent makeup, I've never have backed off and gone down to, you change your stroke for certain things, but I still use the same type of machines for my work. I don't use outside of microblading, which I don't do anyway. And I don't teach it because I don't do it. But that's a lot of people coming out of school right now are doing microblading, and none of that is in here.
Should it be that tattooing?
It is because it's skin.
I have to defer to the other schools. I just don't do it. I don't endorse it. I don't like microblading at all. I think it's way too invasive on the skin. I don't care who you are. And there will be people in here will absolutely disagree with me. I think that's a big thing there, but I think it needs to be, I don't know how we can be fair if it falls under our license and not have it in here.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it
Maybe under
add it.
Yeah, I would add it under modern machines.
Yeah, modern.
And then Dan Gilsdorf here again, I have another question, sort of maybe tangentially related to microblading. What about hand tattooing, like tattooing by hand? is that something that, I guess I would love to see some language in there that, in here that includes that as an option that people can explore as part of their education, but also, is it close enough to microblading to put those two together in a category, like hand tattooing / microblading? I don't know enough about microblading.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Stick and poke, is that what you're referring to?
No, this is Cameron. That was sort of addressed with historic tattooing methods. You know, how we got two coil machines was hand tattooing, you know.
Muller, but what I think they're saying is we're seeing a resurgence in people advertising themselves as stick and poke, like hand done tattooing, and that's relatively the same thing as microblading. So should we add it as a subcategory so that people are being taught how to properly handle those tools, properly sterilize those tools, how deep, that kind of thing, you know?
Should we?
I think Olivia Britzley, there's also a resurgence in more indigenous tattoo practices too, and hand poke is a large part of like their history, and I think that even possibly, you know, it is like the origins of modern tattooing as well, but I think that since there are still people practicing that and specializing it, maybe just having a hand poke subsection, maybe not under modern machines, but maybe under historic tattoo methods as something that you can say is still being practiced.
Something like that.
Yeah.
You call it stick and poke
Or hand poke.
I object to the term stick and poke.
Yeah. This is Cameron. There are a couple names for a couple of the indigenous ways of tattooing. I've thought about getting into some of them because they actually intrigue me, and some people are interested in them. But stick and poke or hand poke is a real scratchy term. I don't think I'd use that.
Yeah. So
non-electric.
Dan Gilsdorf. Yeah, I might say if we did a section like 612 is modern machines, maybe 613 is hand techniques, and then or non-machine techniques,
non-machine,
and then just call it good, and then microblading can just fall under that.
Yes,
that sounds good.
And you said non-machine?
Non-machine techniques.
And then Taylor, I'm not sure if you're still there, but it looks like you had your hand up.
I did, yeah. I was gonna kind of speak on the function, operation, the components and the parts of machines. So I know that you know, the school that I'm an instructor at right now, the basis of what we teach is basically, I feel like a little bit, well, for sure, outdated. It's on the coil machine, it's all the parts and the components, and I understand that also fulfills the state requirements. So it would definitely be something that I think as a whole, we'd have to figure out how to not have that included in the state as much for the test at least. I know for the permanent makeup aspect, teaching the components of a coil machine is just so obsolete. I mean, and even in tattoo right now too. I mean, I know for instance, all the students that are graduating from the tattoo school here where I live in Grants Pass, they're not even, I mean, they're not ever going to touch a coil machine in their lives, and they're actually being told not to go to a coil machine. So I'm just wondering if we could, you know, possibly rewrite some of those sections that's being taught in the schools, like the function and operation, like it maybe being more of like a practical getting to know your machine, as far as like stroke lengths or, you know, something like that, and not the components and parts as much. I understand that that's going to totally change it'd have to coincide with the test as well. So I don't know. I'm just trying to get some of those things changed within the standards of what we're going to teach in the schools.
Okay. Yeah, once we get this finalized, we'll definitely use this as sort of a blueprint when we work on rewriting the exam. Like I said, if we added a bunch of hours to a certain area, then the exam's probably going to reflect that. And then things we feel are less important than if we've got 20 questions on it, then we can definitely reduce that number.
Yeah, this is Cameron. That's the only problem with COIL. Like this, like even Tina was saying, where this is just a blueprint for everybody. And I think it's great, right? The history of machines, everybody should learn the history of the COIL machine, its components, all that stuff. Move on through all the machines, even if you're not going to use a traditional rotary, you need to understand how its movement is different than a modern linear rotary, all these things, right? The problem is going to be exactly what you said. The test is that the test is written. We struggled to find some questions for the test that were universal for how a coil machine operates, and now they're, impregnated there on the test. So that's I think why the schools are having to focus on it so much. And you're absolutely right. I'm a hardcore coil fan. I always will be. And my students are not leaving here using coil machines. So it's true for me too. We just have to work it out of the test.
Dan Gilsdorf here. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. It sounds like an issue to be taken up with the test because pen machines also have function and operation. They also have components and parts. They also have maintenance, tuning, cleaning. They have all that stuff too. So here in the curriculum, it doesn't specify what kind of machines are being addressed in those sections. And those apply to all tattoo machines for sure. Yeah. So I feel like if a school wanted to teach only coils, they could give that a try and see if the students liked it. Or they could take a more well-rounded approach. But both of those are already, I think, pretty well represented in the language here. So to me, that sounds like the change in the language here isn't going to really have too much of an effect. But that's all stuff that we should talk about when the testing comes around.
This is Cameron again. I have a cleaning issue that again is I'm looking at it in rules would have to be addressed. So this isn't really the place for that either. But when we rewrote these rules and wrote that bottles, for instance, had to be bagged, which wasn't a rule, and the clip cords had to be bagged and all that, somehow tattoo machines got skipped. And Sammy and I laughed about it, like how it got missed, because we specifically talked about it. And then when everything was written, machines weren't in there. Machines were always meant to be listed in the equipment that's supposed to be bagged. And now the problem that we saw, especially when pens became popular, was at a convention. We had inspectors coming to us asking what they were supposed to do with shops that were operating as exempt with these new pen style machines, saying that because they were using disposable cartridges, they were exempt, but they weren't wrapping their machines. And we're still seeing it. We're still seeing people tattooing with pens that are not completely wrapping the pen. The law states elsewhere that everything that comes in direct contact with the client's blood or whatever is either supposed to be disposable or sterilized, not sanitized, sterilized. And of course, pens are not being sterilized. They need to be completely encapsulated. They need to be wrapped. And I'm curious how many of you agree with that. And even though this isn't really the place, if we could get that worked on or have the board address that.
Yes.
Does everybody agree with that for one thing?
I definitely agree.
All right, so total number of hours under tattoo machines. Currently it is at 20.
I think honestly that cutting that in half, because like Dan said, we can knock that out in an afternoon, really.
So everyone's comfortable with 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Dan Gilsdorf, if we're looking for places to shave hours, this is great. I could do 8, if we want to start nitpicking, but particularly since most likely it sounds like the schools are going to be basically teaching one kinds of machine and then glossing over the rest, we don't need very much time for this.
Okay. Sean.
Again, it's hard to gloss over something like tattoo machines when those questions are absolute French to people on the test.
Well, yeah, that's the testing. The test is gonna have to be dealt with for
That's
sure.
gonna have to be dealt with. Any of these changes, I feel like we have to deal with the test and we should, but I don't understand how that all works, so.
Yep, so like I said, in the springtime, we will have an honor writing committee that will review the exam. And we're gonna review each question based off the updated curriculum and then just make sure wording wise, things like that, everything's still good. So we will definitely adjust the number of those types of questions.
I was gonna say, just real quick with the, coil, rotary, all of that, we're discussing the functions, physically how they work, the operation, how they work. But there's no mention of like best practice, like one machine, one, what am I trying to say? One style of machine will not do everything. So if there needs to be something in there of like appropriate usage, for a pen, right? Or for just while you're teaching it. Should that just be left to the schools to discuss, or do we need to have something about that?
Dan Gilsdorf, I'm not sure we need to say something specifically about that, just because since we cover the different categories of machines, I would guess that what its best use case would be covered in each of those little sections. Do you agree with that, or do we want to have a section specifically towards like a comparative overview of the different strengths and weaknesses of the different?
I'm not saying we need to add hours, sorry. I'm not saying that, I was just being like, it would be a point to touch on.
Yeah. Cap I think that would land under function and operation.
Yeah. I would say that's covered.
Yeah.
So taking it to 8 then? Or 10? I'm down for 8.
They at least need 10.
10, okay.
I could spend 10 talking on the history of them.
I want to listen to that talk.
In 6 months.
Well, and just Tom Muller here to bring up a point. I know it feels like a lot of people have moved completely away from coils, but we constantly get phone calls asking for seminars. I know that Sean hosts seminars. I know that when we put the Void Fest on, the Building the Coil Machines class was so popular and so well sought after that we had to add another version of it to the show. And in all reality, we could have added a whole another third session and filled it, no problem. So just because the schools have moved towards it, I don't think that we should abandon it as a whole. Should we bring the hours down here? Yes. But it is still something we're still seeing a lot of want and need from in the community. Luckily, we can generally get it through continuing education, which is great. And that's kind of how we're positioning this. But yeah.
All right, everyone's ready. Let's go on to section number 7, needles and needle bars.
Tom Muller here, same aspect as the machines. We can probably drop this down to 10. The same reason.
Okay.
Dan Gilsdorf here. I'm attached to the knowledge of how to build needles because I feel like it gave me a really strong foundation in how to select pre-made needles, but I would never say that it's necessary for a new tattooer to have this information at all. I mean, I could say just getting construction out of there altogether, provided by construction you mean how to make them yourself rather than how they are constructed in general sense.
Good. This Cameron, I agree with that right there.
Sean, my question would be, is construction literally just the diagram of like, this is the needle bar with the loop, here's the pins, this is a cartridge, these are the pins, this is the plunger, let's move on to the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Dan Gilsdorf, that might fall under groupings and configurations and types. Okay.
This Cameron, I would actually talk about how they're made. I mean, why not? It doesn't take very long to explain to them how they're constructed, how needles even originated, what they're we could go back to bone, you know, and just same thing. go through the history of them and quickly do that and then move on. But again, every school can elaborate on 711 as they see fit. But that doesn't take long. That could still be done in a shorter amount of time than 20 hours if we're not actually building them.
So are there any other areas under section 7 that should be tweaked wording wise or?
Application depth and techniques. Boy, that's a can of worms. Because that's like 90% of tattooing right there. So is needles the right place for that?
Yeah, probably not. Sorry, that's the question. Probably not. Procedure. I agree with that.
The only drawback to it is I don't see us having it anywhere else.
Neither
That's
do
where
I.
I see curriculum. Should we put it back under 4.4 in procedures? If we're gonna take it out of needles, should we put it somewhere under 4.4 tattoo application? Yeah.
Yeah.
And would that make more sense if we upped that hour count in client services as well?
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would make sense.
Yeah, because techniques, I mean, that's a
Yeah.
big one. That's kind of
That's it in a
all,
nutshell.
it's like that, and don't give people hepatitis, those are the two things.
Gotta cross all these out.
Do you have a particular spot in section 4.4 to put it or?
I think you were right. Oh, sorry, just a question. I think you were right, comma, under the 4.4.
Yeah, tattoo application 4.4.
This is Cameron. I agree. It should get moved somewhere else, but it also could be talked about there. There's no reason why not. When you're talking about different configurations of needles, you're also going to discuss depth and technique.
So, Dan Gilsdorf, should there be a subsection maybe under selection for the criteria to use to select your needle, including depth and technique?
Yeah, that could be. And I do agree with you. It should be elsewhere also. But, you know, obviously, depth and technique of a single versus a magnum is going to be very different. I don't know. It's going to get discussed there anyways. It's, you know.
Okay, so Dan Gilsdorf, perhaps it makes sense to leave 7.6 as it is, but then add it to the 4.4.
Yeah.
Just let it be in there twice.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
Actually, Sheldon Hughes, I got a question for the tattoo schools here. So it's 7.4 damaged needles, right? Like obviously you're explaining what they are. Are people being taught to use eye loops still?
Yeah.
Like, are we looking at things? Like, is that being taught as part of the setup? Or is it just this is what a damaged needle looks like?
Yeah. This is Cameron. My needles test is actually just that. It's standard needles that I have damaged some of them, and some of them I have just barely damaged. And I have notes on which ones are which. I actually have to recheck them. And they're looking at them all with an eye loop to figure out what the needle configuration is and which ones are damaged and which ones aren't. And kind of like we've been discussing here, especially as Pamela, right? Like some of the students knock it out easy. They sit down with an eye loop and they crush that in no time. And there have been other students that really, really struggle. They struggle with just even counting all the needles with an eye loop and figuring out which needle group it is, much less figuring out whether or not they're damaged or not. So yeah, I still do it. That's my final needles test.
That's good to know.
All right, so we're comfortable with making that 10 hours? Okay. All right, section 8. So equipment and supplies.
Captain, just kind of skipping a little bit forward, but to gloves. Cameron, there used to be a law that said that we could only use nitrile gloves. Did that change in the past 4-ish years?
Well, and again, in the past few years, I've kind of been out of this. So as things ebb and flow and change, they're constantly changing. I actually have to recheck. Did we actually, and maybe someone else listening from HLO could better answer this for me. Did we actually, in a rule, get latex out of there? Or did we decide not to do it because people have the right to use them? You know, that whole, I'm very libertarian when it comes to this, you know, like if somebody wants to do a lot of these, name it, techniques or practices, and it's not, you know, I don't know. I don't know that it ever got removed. Maybe somebody else from HLO can help me on that.
Yeah, Anne?
Hi, yes, this is Ann Thompson. I'm looking at the rules. I inherited this board fairly recently, so I don't have the history as much as somebody else might, but I'm looking at the rules, and again, they just refer to disposable gloves.
Dan Gilsdorf, I just did a search and the words nitrile and latex do not show up in the rules at all.
Yes, it's just listed as disposable.
So with Dan Gilsdorf, with that being the case, then we probably would want to keep all 3 categories under gloves for the schooling curriculum, even if it was to say, do not use the Subway sandwich.
And this is Cameron.
COVID shutdown.
And this is Cameron too. From that standpoint, very good point. We should be explaining to the students why not to use latex gloves or Subway sandwich gloves.
Food grade, this is Pam. They're in a category of their own. Food grade. Food grade is not allowable in anything where there's possibility of cross contamination of bloodborne pathogens. Period.
You're talking about vinyl now?
No, food grade. They're freaking plastic, and I've seen people tattooing with them.
Wait, sorry, this is Cameron again. You're not talking about latex gloves and vinyl gloves in general. You're talking about Subway sandwich food grade gloves, correct?
When you say Subway sandwiches, food grade gloves, that's how they're categorized. And I don't think we could, if we're going to list the 3, because there's polypropylene, there's all kinds of great gloves out there right now that are non-latex. Most events are stipulating in the event now not using latex because they don't have a questionnaire for all the public coming in, and they got all this stuff popping through the air as everybody's ripping their gloves off, snapping them. So most events will restrict latex gloves, but I mean, I love latex gloves, but I don't use them anymore because I just can't. But we need to have that on the questionnaire.
This is Cameron. You bring up a great point. Then there should be a 934 for non-allowable. If these are allowable gloves, right? We should have something that encompasses all, you know.
But we're changing that frequently because all kinds of gloves are coming out all the time. In this day and age, especially as aware as people, ever since COVID, I mean, look at how much has changed. And we have lots of things that are allowable. Maybe we just need to stipulate not using latex.
So instead of listing the specific types, we just want to make new categories saying approved types, non-approved types, allergies.
Not food grade, non-food grade, what's considered. Most gloves are not sterile. People don't realize that. Most gloves aren't sterile. They come in a box. They're clean, but they're not sterile. So there's different categories of gloves. I think we need to have to be careful with that. I hate to tell anybody they can't use anything, but if you're going to be using latex in your shop, you better darn sure have it on your questionnaire for your clients and your employees, anybody that's going to be in there around them.
Yeah, Dan Gilsdorf, I think this new wording here covers a lot of that stuff pretty well.
Yeah.
Pretty-
Yes. Approved types, non-approved types. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Dan Gilsdorf, I'm gonna march backwards just a little bit. I'm surprised that nobody has raised the flag about acetate stencils. I would love to leave it as it is, for the same reason. One, it's something I get a request for from time to time, and it's reasonable to expect that a student might encounter them at some point if they run into the kind of like nostalgic weirdos that I tattoo, then learning about them could be valuable.
This Cameron, that's exactly why they were on there. It was more a history thing. It wasn't because anybody was using them, that you might encounter them. And if you're going to be a licensed tattoo artist, you should know they exist and what they are.
Yeah. Oh, Dan Gilsdorf again, do we want to have another category for the printers, the stencil printers with the inkjet with the stencil ink in there printing directly? Does that deserve its own category?
I would say it needs to be kept in a broad category if we do, because there's so many different out there now.
So maybe instead of having one that's thermofax, have one that's like acetate stencils and paper stencils?
Yeah, that's Olivia, but sweet, the technique to putting them on is the same. The creation of wax versus the printable, and you're still using the same violet.
Yeah, it's the same chemicals involved.
Everything, so.
Yeah. So maybe instead of thermofax, just printed paper stencils.
This is Cameron. That's what I wrote for a note, was copy or produce, because now we're seeing the standstill stencils also.
Yeah.
This is Rebecca. I feel like just knowing people and how people interpret things, I feel like the acetate section should maybe be expanded to specifically say it's history of stencils, so that teachers aren't thinking that they have to teach people how to use acetate stencils.
Also, Rebecca Marar, I was thinking of making like a separate section for tattoo history, so that you can like kind of put those things in there to like contain all of like the history portion. So it's like you can still obviously teach it and wherever it falls through, but having more of like an emphasis on it and including more like world cultures and like minority groups and stuff like that.
I know it does touch a little bit on that,
a little bit
in the design section.
Or maybe in the tools.
We can always elaborate. Yeah, under 10.1, there's a section on cultural styles, but
This is Cameron again. With the acetate thing too, somebody could make one for novelty for somebody. I think the important part is that they know how to sanitize one if they dared use it over again, or that they shouldn't be using them over again, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think just having it as part of the curriculum would then imply that the proper creation and use would be part of that.
Actually, this Cameron again, that gets hit on in the very next one with artist station and worktop. Some of these popular rollaways are now having wood tops, porous tops, and we're seeing a lot of tattooers tattoo with a porous surface, which is not a great idea. As a matter of fact, I think it's already addressed in the law elsewhere, and it's not legal, but they're unaware of it. I hope the inspectors are.
On that section, Dan Gilsdorf, on that section, the parenthetical not limited to there, can that get scratched, or does that refer to something? not seeing what that.
Are you talking about operatory equipment?
Yes.
Yeah, we can remove it.
And then do we want to have a section for, under operatory equipment, do we want to have a section for armrests or?
Furniture.
Yeah, we use a board that we lean, it's chest arrangement, thing doing chest and upper backs. Should there be a armrest and miscellaneous category there?
Yeah.
Perhaps under operatory equipment, I would probably put that above lighting.
Sean here, to go back to what Cameron was saying, maybe like up at the top, like the first thing being like materials, like approved materials. Yeah, because you're thinking about like permeable, non-permeable, like wood tops, or like sitting your clients in fabric chairs, like that type of stuff.
Right.
Like, yeah. As an overarching thing for like artistation worktop, client chair, tattoo, armrests, all of that type of stuff. Like, does that need to be said to be like, it needs to be cleanable and non-porous?
So we want to add a subsection or a whole section?
There is a whole section, so 8.6, sorry, kept it in. It has a whole prohibited equipment and supplies. I'm wondering if we should just maybe add like
Prohibited
approved
furniture.
and porous and non-porous.
Yeah. Perfect. Is that the other stuff?
It's the same thing, I had to look for it.
So make it furniture and then underneath non-porous surfaces.
Does yours say we're in section 9?
I think because of the numbering,
Okay,
Yeah, it's
right. I was just like, wait a
okay.
minute, am I wrong?
Okay, yours is right, mine, the numbering got messed up.
I'm real glad I said it here.
Going on to appointments, soaps.
Potentially.
This Cameron, and soaps, we never had one in there for healing. People ask all the time, what they should use. There could be an 883. It's less relevant now that people are using second skin so much, but I don't know. It was never written in.
Olivia Fritz, under 5.4 healing, there's only ointments, creams, and lotions, so you could put soaps under that topical medications for healing somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Because I think the 8.8 soaps are mostly for washing your hands and for during the procedure. So aftercare soap might be in this other section. But I still think it should be included. People use Old Spice for healings.
So do we also want to add it back in the other section?
Yeah.
Sorry, what's that?
Do you want to add the healing soaps in the other section as well?
Yes. Yeah, 5.4.1 or 5.4.1.13 or something. So we had some approved aftercare soaps or approved healing soaps.
We had someone use St. Ives, like the apricot scrub. No. Healing their tattoo. I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yes, scrub. Yep.
Get all the scabs off.
That was their exact reasoning.
Tattoo looks brighter if it doesn't have skin over top.
Yeah. Again, aftercare, people not listening.
Oh, this is Olivia again. Jumping forward to power units, do we want to add batteries now that we have like a wireless setup essentially?
I would say, just have a section that's, types of power supplies.
There you go, just
'Cause
power
you-
supplies.
Yeah, because you've got like digital batteries, you've got like the lithium plug-in ones that still use a clip cord, you've got, you know, marine batteries with a rheostat, you know, so just cover all that.
Yeah.
You know, and then really you could get rid of clip cord and foot switch because that only applies to one certain kind. So if you're talking about the different kinds of power supplies, here's the things that go with them and then you're done.
So power supplies and accessories.
Yeah.
Okay. These.
Yeah, power supplies and accessories. Olivia said it makes good sense instead of units. Sort of antiquated way to describe it. No, I'm sorry, up above it, 8:12, no, 8:13 power.
Oh yeah, sorry, I've got a note on the site here.
Oh. Then, should we scratch tuberculocidal up at 8:10 for high level and low level disinfectants again, since we're deciding to go with the OSHA definition, or the CDC definition?
Yeah, we can remove that.
This is Cameron. I think as long as you're also teaching students that it needs to say tuberculocidal, because that's the kind of umbrella catch-all term.
Maybe both.
You know,
Say like high level, including
if it doesn't say tuberculocidal, it probably isn't high level.
Right.
And ultrasonic units.
Looks good.
Anything under sterilizers or maintenance of equipment. That's good. All right, and I guess we will talk about the number of hours that we think would be a good fit. Right now, it is at 20.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it at 20. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, how's everybody feeling? Do we want to try to do one more section and then call it good, or?
We got 2 more sections?
Yeah.
Okay.
Send it.
All right, so section 9.
Can I, Tama here, this could just be my own brain working, but does anybody else think we need to move 9 and 10 under 4? Because design, art, and placement and color theory comes before we actually start tattooing people. I mean, we can go through it first and then rearrange it, but I have always felt like that needs to be closer to the beginning. I know that it doesn't really matter how we lay it out because they're gonna teach it in the order they teach it. But it feels like to me that that should be moved up higher.
I think the only reason that it's currently like that, is because it's 10 hours, which
I know.
would kind of make sense. I don't disagree.
Yeah.
All right, so first section, color theory.
Olivia here, it seems like we do have like under skin type pigmentation 9122, that like, is that the same as tattoo application 535, I guess.
Comment here, I think it's different because it's in regards to color theory,
Right.
not application.
Got it, okay.
That's how I would do it.
Sean, is there anything on like 912, right? Desired effects on human skin. Is it worth touching on how things are going to age?
Yes.
Like on, you're looking for desired effect, but not this second, but for 10 years down the line.
Yes.
Like what type of trauma are you applying to your client by coloring an entire thing a peach color that's going to be gone in a year? Or are we getting into the state regulating art?
Dan Gilsdorf, I think of maybe a 9123, an examination of long-term effects.
Yes.
Okay, just long-term effects.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Safe handling and cross-contamination avoidance.
Seems good.
Jesse Preston, you mentioned something in your chat about the recalled inks. I wonder if that's something that might be helpful to add in here.
At least a resource, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a
Do we
thing
want-
that's gonna be
do
a
we want-
permanent resource though.
It might, Dan Gilsdorf, it might not be a permanent resource, but I mean, it's from the FDA, so I don't imagine it's gonna go anywhere too fast, but, do we want that to be part of the required curriculum, or would that be an additional add-on that schools could provide?
Yeah, good question. Additional add-on.
I don't know, does anybody have a feeling about that? There's an FDA resource online where you can, it's a database of recalled inks and needles that have been recalled by the FDA. Is that something that we should require that students cover?
Should that just be under 9.4, commercial ink suppliers? And just have a footnote of like, here's a resource for if it's bad?
Yes.
Or just, 942 recalls.
I'm just not sure that that's our jurisdiction for the purposes of the curriculum for schools generally. Particularly considering Jesse's point that this URL may change anytime, even though it's
It's a tough one. Because I think it's important, but yeah, you're right, it probably isn't necessary for study, but I like the idea of people realizing or knowing that there's like a resource for that in some way. I think a lot of people get caught into their inks and then they never really second guess what they're using, you know?
Tama, maybe under 9.4, we add 9.4.5, just some caveat about expiration.
Oh, you're right, I guess that's already an
Expiration
Yeah.
and recalls?
Expirations and recalls, just so it's something that we're touching in the curriculum. They can find their own resources to go out and figure that out.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
This is Pam again. I think we need to add something in here on inks. We definitely need to be expiration dates. We have to talk about that over and over. It's the first thing they look at when they come in on our pigments. I think we also need to be talking more about MSDS on pigments. Absolutely, because I mean, especially in permanent makeup, we're going to get them. If anybody's going to have anything go wrong, it's going to be around an eye or a lip. And I've had a couple of calls just this year. It's like if somebody has something go sideways, one of the first things that the doctor's going to look at is the pigment or anything used around the procedure. So that MSDS is something I think that we need to address specifically, not just for our high-level disinfectants, but we need to talk about that on a tighter level for our clients' pigments.
Is this where it goes?
Kat, I don't disagree. So it's under storage, under 3.6, it very specifically says MSDS.
It's not specific to inks.
It's not specific to inks, exactly.
Well, there's a new brand that's hit that's out of Texas that has no MSDS accessibility at all.
Well, if they don't have an MSDS, we shouldn't be using it.
And it's sold locally.
We have to have that for if we're going to be putting something into someone's human body. If we're breaking a barrier and we're putting anything artificial in there, then legally we have to have that information on file, readily available if we get that phone call.
Yep. So, comma, we add it to the subsection, expiration dates, recalls, and MSDS, so that we're teaching in that portion, you know, these are things that we need to be, not only what colors they are and the quality of the pigment, but the expiration, the recalls, and the MSDS. They can all go under one subcategory.
And the same for anesthetics. And the same for aftercare. If it's not individually, we're supposed to individually pack it. If we're dispensing it, do we have to have it on that? It's my understanding, anything surrounding the procedure, we have to have an MSDS available at any time.
I have a question. Is that an HLO thing? Is that pertinent to what we're doing right? Or is that a rules thing?
I'm curious about this, Cameron. I'm curious about that. HLO doesn't regulate tattoo ink, but you might be onto something for who does.
Things that go in us or on us. It's FDA.
Dan Gilsdorf, the FDA can only issue recalls. It doesn't have any pre-existing regulatory jurisdiction over tattooing. So what they can do is follow up complaints, identify the source of those complaints, and then issue a recall related to that specific complaint. But they're not empowered to regulate generally tattooing.
But they regulate ingredients. They don't regulate tattoo inks. They regulate the ingredients, flakes, dyes, all that stuff, carriers.
And I can check with our regulatory department to get some more information on that.
Yeah, because they're putting something artificial in someone's skin. That's, yeah.
This is Cameron, and Dan, maybe you could talk more about this, but kind of going off EU standards has been our best thing, just because of how few companies qualify for the EU standards. So that's kind of it for tattooing. That's the pinnacle.
Dan Gilsdorf, those are certainly the strictest we have available to us. Those are the strictest guidelines we have for tattooing, for sure.
Olivia Britzweet, I remember hearing that a lot of the EU stuff is more preventative than actually based on any like actual harmful effects.
That's true.
So it is like it hasn't come here because our FDA is probably not going to do anything that overkill. But also they're not entirely sure that they did it for any reason particular other than just preventative.
I know a little bit about Matt Hodel. I know a little bit about this stuff. I don't know how many people are familiar with the MOCRA movement and APTA, but there definitely is the FDA is listening to people right now. They almost immediately passed the EU or UE, whatever. Sorry. They almost immediately passed it, and then some people from APTA got in front of them and said, hey, we need to do our own math. We need to do our own studies. And so right now, with the administration change, this was kind of going pretty quickly. But when the administration change happened, a lot of things got disrupted in the FDA, and a lot of this got shelved. But there definitely is the FDA is definitely starting to get their momentum and start to take things off the shelf. And one of the things that right away they're going to go after was the anti-numbing cream or the numbing cream.
Olivia Britzweet, I also saw recently in Michigan that they outlawed any type of lidocaine at all, including Bactine or anything over the counter, just because of the potential for allergic reactions. So I would also I think that there's a happy medium of knowing risks and calculated risks and informed risks. And then over-regulation to the point where we can't use anything or only like a couple of things. Because I think their reasoning was that if you apply lidocaine, then technically you're prescribing medicine, and that some people are allergic to it. But the amount of clients that I have that are allergic to tape and Xanadar far outweighs anybody that I've only had one client ever that knows they're allergic to lidocaine. But probably a quarter of my clientele is allergic to Xanadar.
Wayne Pandolfi, and I want to say to Cameron's point, we follow in our manufacturing, we follow the EU standards. And although somebody mentioned they're preventative, it's just good business practices for us. And also, Matt, you mentioned about Morca. We're a small manufacturer, so we're exempt, but we still follow the standards as best we can. And the whole thing about the numbing creams and everything else, there's pharmaceutical grade, and I know I was approached about it, and I was just like, it's not worth it because of the whole reaction type thing. So, there's a happy medium of using all of these, and as businesses, that's what we need to decide. I really think you need to consider that, though, about the adhesives and about that lidocaine piece. That's pretty intense.
Agreed. This is Cameron. I think I hate to regulate too much of anything. I just, freedom and all that. I think it is important for what we're doing that the students be well informed about it. And then for us, knowing that it also needs to be on your sign-in sheets and that they're taking this risk on their own, that you're not giving them anything from ibuprofen to lidocaine to anything else. If they want to do it, it's on them, and they're signing your release form to release you of all liability, and your students know the same thing we're talking about. As far as regulating it, I don't really want to be doing that either.
Agreed. And the other thing that we need to watch too is the whole CBD thing and the new thing about the hemp bill and what that's going to do. I know some shows and stuff, they don't allow you to have any products with CBD, but that's just another thing out there for those people that want to make their own little creams, like Bam had mentioned, and possibly putting that in there, since we are an open cannabis state. So, Cameron, you're right. How much do we regulate? How much do we inform?
And Gilsdorf, and I think all that stuff we can attack down the road in rules, and because I don't know I don't know how much of that needs to end up on the curriculum though, right?
Agreed.
Awareness helps.
Yeah, teaching it. Yeah, we should be, Cameron, we should be at least having it on the curriculum as far as informing the students, educating the students. Yeah.
What would the language look like?
I kind of think, like Pam just mentioned, like throwing the MSDS in there and recalls, like just making sure that they're aware of this stuff. The other one that we already hit on was prescribing things. If it's
out of scope of practice,
if it's out of your scope of practice, you can't be supplying it.
So is there a place here, probably not under ink, because most of what we're talking about is numbing creams. Is there another place in here where we can have some language about that?
Probably should be now. Where do you all think it should go?
Well, it's like they need to be educated on it, because every state's going to be a little bit different. But there's that 4% barrier, is 4% lidocaine is what stands in most states. It's considered to be over the counter. Because we can't prescribe, we can use products that contain up to that amount. Now, you can get anything anywhere now because of the internet. But I think it's not so much about making regulation on it, but there definitely needs to be awareness. I'm with Cameron. I don't like to regulate the crap out of everything. We already have enough. But there are just certain things we need. And I just looked up, and according to AI, Oregon Administrative Rules and OSHA requirements, as far as the responsibility of the employer or licensee's responsibility, it says an owner or a licensed professional in Oregon, you're required to maintain a safe working environment and ensure proper safety protocols are followed. Having the SDS document readily available for all products, including pigments and cleaning solutions, is part of the required hazard communication plan and general safety standards. And that's what I teach all the time. So I'm surprised it's not here.
Okay, so Dan Gilsdorf, Jesse just pointed out a spot in section 8 that might be good for that. We've got ointments in here and soaps and antiseptics. Do we want to add a section for anesthetics?
And pigments, it's big about pigments. Again, I'm still on the pigment one. We definitely need SDS. They need to know where to go to get the information on their pigments. We just had a client just 2 weeks ago, highly allergic to red. So he's wanting an orange. I'm like, well, you need to find an orange that doesn't have any red in it. And yes, we found one. Yeah. But the only way you know that is if you know where to go for your SDS, for your pigments.
But I think we've got that in there already. We added it. 415.
And then the same for anesthetics. Basically, anything that we're putting on people, we have to have an SDS. So it's going to repeat itself, I think, throughout here.
So maybe do we have a big section under 8 equipment and supplies that just says MSDS for all products? Because that way you just cover everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, if we want to keep it in just one place. I mean, it's gone so far that even, I know in Washington right now, they're implementing full SDS on every single product and hair color. Do you know how many that is? It's like well over 28,000 in one line. And until, I mean, we've been arguing the point of, can you use it? Do you have to have it? Can you have an online source available, or do you have to have a physical copy? Some places are requesting physical copies. So even if we don't have to now, we probably are going to be seeing that really soon.
Okay, so maybe there's, Dan Gilsdorf, maybe there's a section for that under record keeping.
Record keeping? Or, yeah. It's going to apply in several categories.
Agreed.
I just feel like it'd be nice to make a general, if it has to apply to everything that we have in the shop, then we should put it somewhere at the start that covers it all, and then.
I think legalities, honestly.
Well, but I don't know, well.
City, state, federal regulations.
Yeah, it is there. It's under, right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So, okay.
We have it.
Okay, so.
Maybe mention it.
Again, yeah.
Yeah, we mention it again in inks, and then there's something about bookkeeping or record keeping in here. I don't know now, but. Financial bookkeeping, and there's customer records, which isn't exactly the same. Maybe an inventory.
Yeah, maybe under
Inventory
ordering.
stock.
Yeah.
So 163. Adding MSDS record retention.
Yep.
Sorry, MSDS or inventory and stock. MSDS. Any additional language or?
I don't think additional language, I'm sorry. I think just having it, because obviously it's gonna be for something that's throughout the building.
Yeah, yeah, that works.
And for all rights, oh, sorry, this is Pam. For all rights and purposes, the M was dropped here some years back, and now it's referred to as SDS. Same thing.
This camera.
Is there any confusion if I use one versus the other?
I don't think there's any legal ramifications. I'm just throwing it out there because that's pretty much become industry standard for what I see. Anybody else?
Jesse, Kristen, maybe we just actually use all the words. I don't know. What is SDS?
This camera, I wouldn't have recognized it without the M. Yeah.
That's because we're old school.
Yeah. And to that point, I almost think that's why this Cameron again, that's why this stuff should be available online and they should know where it's at, because just like this is all changed this quickly, all this stuff is changing so quickly. Even if a MSDS report is printed out, it could be obsolete. And
right.
Good for us to know, and again, good to teach the students. You know.
Yeah, I think M is for material, not products.
Yeah.
That's what she said, they don't use that anymore.
But would people, if this is how it's written, would people still know what it means,
On
what it
certain
is?
websites, I'm seeing it's still labeled as both,
Okay.
depending on the company that's.
Should I do an
We could
MSPS
do a
slash?
Yeah.
I think either is fine.
That's good.
Jesse Preston, can we look into potentially adding the numbing creams into section 8?
Yeah.
Right. That's a good spot.
So a new section under antiseptics or part of the antiseptic section?
New section, yeah.
8.10 or whatever it is.
This is Cameron. It can almost go right by ointments somewhere, either before or after.
Up here. The numbering's off, but got fixed.
Jesse Preston, maybe we can add like legality, risks.
Yes.
Oh, as subsections.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
So legal risks. Health risks.
Health risks, yeah.
Client information or education. Because I think what we're learning through this process is that anytime somebody uses it, we need to inform them of all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yes.
This Cameron, this is great to be adding, and this is another great example of things that have changed just since this was written. You know, it hasn't been that long. Well, to me, it hasn't been that long since this was written, but so many things have changed that quickly.
All right.
I have a question that I'm curious about. Like, sometimes clients will bring something in that they bought from who knows where. And then there's a brand that we carry in the shop. If somebody brings it in, is it the same sort of legal ramifications if I'm informing them of the safety risks, but something happens when they wear something from outside of the shop versus what they bought in the shop? Is there a difference?
It's still, you are tattooing them with it on, so by tattooing them with it on, you have allowed it to happen.
Okay.
Yeah, the
So-
liability.
The liability is
Yeah,
yours,
so from a
unless you have
legal
it in your
standpoint, well, that's.
consent form.
Yeah, like you're like, oh, if you're using outside things, you have to sign here to waive liability.
I think I would just put it into the waiver, so that if you are using any outside or inside, anesthetic, topical anesthetic, you're doing so under your own liability.
Yeah, I think that would help. I wouldn't rely on that in court. But
This is Cameron. Did you say you're supplying it at the shop?
Yeah, there's a guy that sells it, he's based out of Historic Tattoo, and he's selling it like online. We have some at the shop, and it doesn't change the texture of the skin. It's been the best quality numbing cream that I've come across. But I didn't know about all the legal risks pertaining to it, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. This is Cameron. This is more the scope of, I think Pamela's going to say something too. It's more the scope of practice thing, and then what's legal and allowed for us to be using. Like some of the sprays like Bactine and all this stuff that's over the counter, we've kind of had no problem with unless the person had a reaction and, you know, they pursued us for it again. But that could happen with anything we're using, right? But as soon as we're kind of above the over-the-counter grade, that's where or it's medical, like even an ibuprofen. We can't suggest an ibuprofen for swelling with a piercing. So I don't know where we cross that line with this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm curious.
This is Pam. So I think, I've got an entire lecture on this and I've spoken on this at different conferences, but with topical anesthetics, the thing is, they're out there and they're real. And they are pushing them. I mean, I can't believe my social media feed. All you do is talk about it once, and then you got how many of them popping up. I've got clients walking in the door with them. I just tell students, I don't allow anybody to use anything in the school. I don't allow students to bring it in. I don't allow clients to bring it in, because my fallback on it is that I don't know that it's not been contaminated. Okay. I mean, I can't have anything that I'm going to be liable for something that I have no control of. But if a student is going to use any type of anesthetics, they need to understand the classes. They need to understand the contraindications. That's the big one. Even just because it's over the counter doesn't mean it's safe. Latex is over the counter, but is it safe for everyone? No. It's the same thing with anesthetics. There's questions that we need to ask. And the biggest ones when I'm talking to students is going to be cocktailing, which is mixing more than one together. The next one is going to be overuse. They say on the package what they're used for, how much, how long. And this is, like I said, if a client is getting something and they come in with it occluded, wrapped up for an hour on their drive in, and they've got their whole upper arm, I guarantee you that is overuse. People need to understand lidocaine is on the safest drugs in the world list, in America list, yet it can stop your heart. And it's overuse. So I think it's not so much, I don't think we need to regulate it, but I think that they need to understand the guidelines, dosage guidelines, contraindications, and understand exactly the classes they're using, because usually the allergic reactions come within the classes, are they amides or are they esters? And so sometimes what works for one doesn't work for the other. But if you're going to be using it on your client, or you're going to be tattooing someone that's come in with something you don't have control over, yeah, so it needs to be addressed. I don't think it needs to be regulated yet. I'm kind of surprised it's not in our state, but I think we need to teach to those issues, the risks, and the when you can use it, when you can't, and the liability.
Sounds great.
Okay, so back under color theory and pigments, I think pretty much got that one finished.
How many hours?
Yeah, what kind of hour are we at? Currently it's at 10.
Tama, I definitely think it should be more than that.
Yeah, I also agree.
How do we feel about 20 hours for that?
Everyone feel good with 20? Like I said, we could, at the next meeting, we can always look at these again, and if we have a moment of temporary insanity, then we can. So right now, we're gonna up to 20.
This is Cameron. This is a funny one. This is a good example for me, like Tattoo Machines was for some of you, where if I'm taking experienced artists only in here, I don't need that much time with them on that. We're basically talking about inks, because color theory, they could ace my test. That's a pretty comprehensive test on color theory. But for all the schools out there that are taking people that have absolutely no art history and no experience, they need probably 40. So yeah, 20 is fine.
Okay. And then the last section for theory.
Yes.
Section 10, designs, art, and placement.
It's like making an application location? Is that just for larger stencils or?
It's more so to do with like the placement.
In general, okay.
Jessica Preston, this is sort of a big gray area. Is this like the amount of time you spend designing the art? Or is this like understanding composition?
All of it.
All of it.
Like learning about art, learning about design.
Yeah, this
learning
one's a
how
tough
to
one.
do composition.
And this, I think the one thing that's changed most since this was written is Procreate and the iPad. So I don't know if how you all feel about that or changing that, but that wasn't something that we even thought about or knew about when we were writing this.
Olivia Fritz, I think you could add like, digital versus paper drawing, just to kind of go over the programs, but also all of this stuff would be the same for either. So, you could maybe put it under design development, like, if you wanted to include like tablets or digital drawing. But under design composition, you do that on paper or digital. Right. But it seems like there's so much to cover and there's not really that many categories. That like design art and placement, especially for like, if we're talking about bare minimum, the schools that are not, they're taking anybody who will pay them, that category should be blown out to have a little bit more in it.
Fundamentals of drawing.
Yeah, contrast, all of the art principles, that kind of stuff, balance.
Dan Gilsdorf, my thought on this has been that this is the part of the curriculum that is the least important to me. When I look at it from the view of the Oregon Health Licensing Office. I think that if the priority of the educational program is to basically make it as safe a thing as possible, this stuff is important to an extent where if designs are sufficiently bad to be considered harmful, then we want to avoid that. But that threshold's pretty low. And beyond that point, it's just matters with case that I think it probably makes more sense to just let the market iron that out rather than have that be part of the required curriculum. Particularly considering that my understanding would be a lot of this stuff as we've named it here, lettering, anatomy, things like that, it's not really going to apply to cosmetic tattooing or other kinds of tattooing.
Yeah, it's also interesting that, that speaking to a room full of artists, this is gonna be the most important section to us, right? Not necessarily to the licensing side, so.
Exactly.
Olivia again, so do you think maybe a good solve for that, because you still want minimum hourly requirements for that, would be to, maybe have like, is this where you would put like learning about Flash? Is this where you would put things that like, it's up to the school to kind of teach this, but you're not necessarily, because you can get really in the weeds with all of the art fundamentals and teaching all of that. And that's like its own thing where you should just go to community college and take smart classes to do that. But more so like tattoo specific art like Flash or composing for the body, and not like, you still want people to learn that stuff, but like, how do we rectify, other than just letting the market read it out, like that it's only 10 hours?
But
Or
Sean,
as it stands.
I think you were saying like that's where, as a tattooer, as an artist, as whatever, you would then pursue it more. Like, I think you and Dan are both kind of saying the same thing, right? Where it's like, I'm always cautious where my notes on the page, it just says 1984. is giving the state more control over what it is now going to deem art and good art. I think the purpose of this board is to make sure that people are doing clean tattoos, that people are doing, safe tattoos. But the content is, that's whatever. Like, we're not here to judge that. So, like, yeah, placement, like touching on these things seems totally fine. But as far as like getting into the weeds of it, like we're teaching people how to make a tattoo. We're not teaching people how to
do art.
Fully draw. Yeah. Like this is an art school. This is tattoo school. It is the physical act of tattooing.
This is Pam. Yeah, I saw where you're going to add something about digital versus drawing on paper. And it's like, I've gotten to where now I've specifically asked people, I need to see some type of a portfolio, even if it's not a professional portfolio. So I know what I have to work with, because thanks to Procreate, everybody can be a great artist. And I let somebody slip through on their Procreate or their digital portfolio. And when it came time to laying it in the skin, I'm like, oh my. Well, I'm back to good old paper for right now, as far as taking in my students, because I got really thrown that curveball. But I think it needs to be addressed in there, because I mean, I guess are there still shops that do all flash, or only certain artists only do flash and certain artists only do custom? I mean, it's all over the place now, but yeah, I just think times have changed, and a couple of these things they definitely need to be addressed, but I don't have time to teach art. That's a whole nother school.
Correctly.
Olivia again, I think just like we've done with a couple other things, mentioning it so that you can acknowledge that it's a tool that you're using, but you don't have to go into how to use Procreate or what programs you need or anything like that. But yeah, just the acknowledgement, in there, I think would be helpful, so that students know at least what tools are available.
So Dan Gilsdorf, perhaps a section under 10.1, like 10.1.1 be art media, or something like that, because if we can find some language that lumps it all in to say, okay, you just have to explain what is available. We don't have to say here what's available, but that we require that the schools explain everybody's different options.
Well, especially because there's so many programs.
There's so many different programs. There's pens, there's pencils, there's paintbrushes, there's ink spatters. Collages.
10.1.2.1 concept to final image. Sorry, Olivia again. Maybe like sticking sticking that at the very top of that, so making it 10.1.2.1. Be like, however we want to say, like art creation medium, or art creation
mediums.
Yeah, or just medium types.
Yeah, medium types works.
I agree with Dan, kind of like the with the tattoo machines, how we've kind of flip-flopped. It's become that way with like mirror imaging on here. Since we wrote this, Procreate has become so new that now students are coming in already knowing that platform. I'm having to show them how to mirror image things on paper. I'm having to go back to this, where quite honestly, as an old dog now, I could use some classes on Procreate, and I could better my bag of tricks if I was a little more tech savvy. Some of these students coming in actually have that, but they don't have some of this. So times have changed.
So do we want to put the digital drawing versus paper under the medium types, or do you want to leave that separate?
Yeah, I think it should go under medium.
Anything else under medium types should be included?
This is Erin. I had a question. If we add in specific topics about Procreate, which obviously we talk a ton about it in the art section. We talk about it during the tattoo portion, obviously. But if we put something specifically about it, does that mean that it will be put into the test then? Because I I fear what questions the state's going to come up with in regards to Procreate and how quickly all of that changes. And
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the chances of us putting in something about a specific design program would probably be very slim. We would ask more of a generalized question, if we even asked one on that topic.
Yeah, I feel, Dan Gilsdorf, I feel like if we keep it general here, that will encourage the test to remain general.
Right.
So I would say Procreate or Apple or Mark Zuckerberg.
All right, and then everyone good at keeping that at 10, or do you want to change the hours? All right, I think if anyone else feels differently.
Can we just fix this typo, 10-2 design composition, there's just an A in front of the E. For aesthetics.
Which number?
10.2 design composition, parentheses aesthetics, but there's an A in front of the E. It'll be 11 for you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, 11.2. The very last one. Oh, you don't have it?
Yeah.
Yes, it's not on, there's one more section that you don't have.
I might have.
Is it on the next
Oh, there we go.
page?
Just a,
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just
I don't know
the
whether
parentheses
it's
aesthetics is misspelled.
Okay.
That's all.
All right, unless anyone has any other comments for the areas of study, I think we'll wrap it up for today. Let's make sure that we don't have any public comments, and then call it over. So let me read this real quick. At this time, the Tattoo Course of Study Review Committee will be hearing public and interested parties' feedback. Public comments listed to matters listed on the meeting agenda or topics relevant to what this committee has authority to regulate. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes and will not be allowed if they're disruptive to the committee's conduct or its business. If you're called on to comment, the HLO staff will request the public member unmute themselves. The HLO reserves the right to end a person's comment early and have staff mute the public member if the comment does not pertain to matters listed on the meeting agenda or topics relevant to what this committee has authority to regulate. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment? And if so, please raise your hand or use the Zoom raise hand feature and wait to be acknowledged. Anybody out there?
Nico had a comment.
Actually, I end up feeling like I've made all the comments I need to, so I will abstain from that. Thank you.
Anybody on the committee, they can make their public comment at any time.
I just want to say thank you. This is Olivia. I just want to say thank you to everybody and your input. This has been so awesome, and it feels great to be with so many people that care about tattooing and students, and the community that we have is awesome. So thanks.
All right, so just a quick wrap up. Cameron, did you have something?
No, I was applauding. I agree. Thank you.
All right, so it looks like we will need to have that meeting on the 15th. Hopefully it'll be short. We will review all the changes that we made today to the theory hours. We'll talk about the practical hours, practical procedures, and then supervision at the next meeting. So,
okay.
Do we have a total for our updated hours?
I think it's plus 45. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to keep track. No. Same.
255, I believe. Yes, plus 45. Yeah.
Are we talking about Increasing procedure, oh, this one
Yeah,
just said.
theory, I'll just go down theory, I got through theory today.
I think I have 245.
Practical.
All right, and like I said, if over the next week you guys have other thoughts or again you decide, well, that was too crazy, we can always revisit it. All right, if anybody doesn't have anything else, we'll adjourn the meeting. So the Tattoo Course of Study Review Committee meeting is adjourned at 2:58 p.m. Thank you, everybody. I know it was a long day. Appreciate all the hard work and feedback. And my plan is by Wednesday of this week, I will send out updated materials. This will be all nice and clean. Then you guys can make comments on that, and then a new meeting invite. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
everyone.